to thank you for your support and kindness, and that you've done a wonderful job with your role throughout the year. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Councillors, please be seated. Can we please take our seats, please, councillors? Thank you. Are we ready now? Good morning, councillors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the annual general meeting of Lincolnshire County Council. I'm going to move straight away to the first item on the agenda, which is the election of the chairman of the County Council. Do I have a nomination?
Chairman, I'd like to propose Councillor Bill Aaron as the new chairman of the County Council for the ensuing civic year. Obviously, he has served. I'm sure he served you very well and effectively as Vice Chairman for this ending year we're currently in. Bill has been a long time on this council, not just since the last period, but he had I think it was 8 years beforehand representing Horncastle. He's very well known in Horncastle and is almost Mr. Horncastle, and I do know he's a very effective local member, and I'm very confident he will represent all of us as the chairman of this council very successfully in the next year.
I am happy to second that nomination. I've known Councillor Aaron now for a year. He's fully supported me during the year, and I wish to place on record my thanks for him and his wife Amanda for supporting me during that year. Are there any other nominations? If there are no further nominations, I'm going to move to a vote. Are we all agreed that Councillor Bill Aaron becomes chairman for the year 2014-15? Please raise your hand if you agree. Okay. Any abstentions? Any against? No. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure to announce that Councillor Bill Aaron is chairman of Lincolnshire County Council for the year 2014-2015.
Proposer and seconder, along with all the members of the council who have supported my nomination for this year's position of chairman of the County Council. On behalf of the council, I'd like to thank our past chairman, Councillor Ray Wootton, and his wife Linda, who have been excellent ambassadors for Lincolnshire, having done a sterling job representing this council. I am looking forward to my civic year, ably supported by Amanda. We hope to see and visit as many communities within Lincolnshire as time allows. My chosen charity this year will be Lives, a charity based in Horncastle, but serving Lincolnshire. I will fulfil my civic duties as chairman of Lincolnshire County Council with enthusiasm and dedication. I will represent our county to the best of my ability. Ray, it now gives me great pleasure to present you with the past chairman's medallion. You've done a sterling job. Well done.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
All yours.
Perhaps. Do you want? Just, yeah. Thank you. I invite any councillor to speak on Councillor Wotton's year of chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Again, congratulations on your appointment. Again, I would like to thank you and Amanda for your support throughout the year. I'm sure you have a successful year in office.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a year ago, I requested that members show respect and good manners to each other and to address me as chairman instead of chair. I thank those of you who did so. In return, I carried out my role by being fair and treating all members equally. I'm sure you will treat the new chairman with the same respect. Linda and I have been proud to represent this council throughout the year. From day one, when we attended the Battle of Britain Memorial Service, we have always seen ourselves as being on duty and immaculately turned out. I also stated I would try and visit as many places as possible in Lincolnshire. Unfortunately, I could not get to Skegness nor Maplethorpe, but all the places that I did visit, Linda and I were made very welcome, and I thank those organisations for their hospitality. Throughout the year, we have met members of the royal family, and it's been a privilege to welcome them to Lincolnshire. I've given awards to members of Lincolnshire Police and staff, and I thank Chief Constable Neil Rhodes for his support throughout the year. I was proud to be the first chairman in recent times to present awards to Passing Out Parade of Lincolnshire Fire Brigade. Again, I would like to thank the Chief Fire Officer, Dave Ramscar, and his team for their warm welcome. One or two memorable occasions that come to mind are welcoming delegates from Nigeria who visited this chamber, and once the session finished, crowded around me and Linda for photographs. The evening reception was just the same. As soon as we entered the building, we were mobbed. On a similar note, visiting Caister for the opening of an extension of a grammar school, we stopped in the corner of the car park, which we thought was quiet, put on our chains. All of a sudden, dozens of school children with teachers came walking around the corner and wanted to shake our hand and take photographs. It was a shame they thought I was the mayor. Early on in my term, it came to my attention that I was being called the chairman of austerity. I learnt this was all about the civic service. But it was right that money had to be saved. And throughout the year, I've ensured that taxpayers' money has been spent wisely, even on occasions driving ourselves to engagements. You may like to know that in High Wycombe, the new mayor is publicly weighed in street, and again before leaving office. This is to ensure that the mayor does not put any fat at the taxpayer's expense. I'm pleased to report that I weighed myself at the beginning of the year, and I've lost £1. So I challenged the new chairman to do the same. The role of the chairman across this and other authorities has changed significantly, so I've concentrated most on business links and promoting our authority. Linda and I enjoy networking. I've met many international, national and local business, some who want to expand, relocate or just need our help. I thank Councillor Colin Davey and his economic team for developing those contacts. Thank you. Members may have seen in the local press a few weeks ago that I presented a cheque for 1,200 to the Chief Constable Neil Rhodes for the Police Memorial Trust. This trust supports the families of officers killed in the line of duty. I wish to thank those who donated at my civic service last year, but I also want to thank Councillor Chris Brewis, who contributed with his quiz, and all those intelligent people among you who actually managed to complete it. I'd also like to thank Councillor Martin Trollope-Ballou, I forgot that right, Councillor Talbot? Ballou, oh dear, never mind, for his generous donation. On behalf of the Trust, thank you. Sitting here as chairman at each council meeting has been enjoyable, even with all those points of order that came winging my way from Councillor Dilks, that's not here, from Councillor Overton. I wish to thank Nigel West and the Chief Executive, Tony McArdle, for their assistance and guidance at each meeting. Thank you, gentlemen. Being chairman could not happen without support that goes on behind the scenes. We have all worked well together. I've been impressed with the staff at the Democratic Services. All have been professional, very supportive, and I thank them for their help. In particular, Trina, Andrea, Cheryl, Nikita, Rachel number 2, and in particular Rachel Wallace, my PA, who no matter what I asked her to do, always had things ready for me on time with a happy, smiling face. Barry, my driver, who always ensured that I was picked up on time and returned safely at the end of the engagement. Thank you, Barry. I must also mention how well we've been received at the Cathedral and looked after, and my thanks go to the Dean and Chapter for their help and assistance. Finally, the most important person in this room, my wife Linda. I thank her for her rock-solid support, being ready on time, and always looking lovely. We both wish to thank all members for their support throughout the year. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Oh, Liz, just briefly to say how much I've appreciated what and congratulate you and your good lady on this coming year, and thank Ray and Linda so much for what they have done and the excellent ambassadors they've been for this council and for our county during the year. And I believe all they have done is to help enhance the reputation of Lincolnshire and Lincolnshire County Council. Also thank them that they gave their fair share of attention to Sutton Bridge and Long Sutton, Mr. Chairman, but I'm just thanking all of them.
Yes, Chairman, congratulations on your election. But I just wanted to say thank you to Ray. Where is he? He's over there. God, that was quick. to Ray, because I mean, I think as the opposition, we've really enjoyed his chairing. He's been very supportive and helpful, and has been very fair-minded throughout the year, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to add my thanks to Ray and Linda for their work over this past year. Also not in the ruling group, if that's the right term, so we do appreciate a completely fair approach to council and to running council meetings, and I very much appreciate the excellent way in which he has both managed these meetings, but also, importantly, the way in which he has been an ambassador for Lincolnshire County Council. There are people I have met, particularly in businesses throughout the county, who have said how much they appreciated the Councillor Wootton's approach and his interest in their work. And that has certainly increased the interest of people in the County Council, and that has borne fruit for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to personally welcome yourself and your good lady into the position of Chair. I'd also like to thank both Ray and Linda, because they both offered a really good service to the Council in public service when they've been out with amongst the people, but also here in the Chamber and in Council, been very good. I'd like to reiterate what everybody else has said about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I particularly wanted to say thank you to Ray and Linda for the hugely kind, supportive and inclusive role that they've carried out. They've carried out their role with grace and with elegance, and they've made a huge difference to my British Sign Language project, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Whenever I've talked to them, no matter how busy they've been, they've given me their full attention, they've stopped, they've listened, and they've acted. They really have made a difference, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations yourself on your ascent into that position. Yes, I mean, from the very start, I've supported Ray and his wife, and I think they've done a great job. Even before taking up the role, I knew that was the right decision to put Ray in that position, because he has, as it's been said so eloquently by Jackie, he has style, integrity, professionalism, and I think as LCC should be quite proud that we've had such a person in that position for the last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, congratulations on your appointment, especially seeing as you're my next door neighbour in Horncastle. So we look forward to seeing more of you in Coningsby this year. And also thanks to Councillor Wootton for the very kind and impartial way he treated us over the last year, especially on the first council meeting when we were all very new to all of this. And we feel that we really have been given a fair crack of the whip over the last 12 months.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, congratulations on your position. I'm sure you will carry it out in an excellent manner, and I look forward to welcoming you in Boston during this year. I would then particularly like to thank Councillor Wootton and his wife for the number of times that they've come to Boston. We are an outpost, and I'm sure that all the residents and all the councillors in Boston have appreciated it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I won't repeat what's been said, but first of all, I thank Ray for a good year's service, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the way he did chair the meetings. Very difficult. Half the council was new this time of year, and as Colin Mayer said, you know, people were finding their feet. I think he has been a very effective chair of this meeting, and he's a very hard working throughout the county, throughout the year, and I know from Pace, I've had lots of referrals from him, from people, businesses and other people who have got issues and also positive things to bring to Lincolnshire. So thank you very much for his year's service.
Move to item 2, the election of a vice chairman. Could I have nominations, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I shall be proposing that Councillor William Webb be Vice Chairman for the ensuing year. I've known William and Jane for a number of years. I think initially when the Royal Philharmonic and the Norfolk Symphony Orchestra used to come to Gedney, and I realised that with Gedney, William's affection for his area, his county and his parish were almost unequalled. When I came here 9 years ago as the member for Sutton Ellow, which is next door to William's division, and indeed if I want to travel in Lincolnshire I have to have a say-so from William, because he completely surrounds my area, and I'd have to travel through Norfolk and Cambridgeshire to get to Lincoln without William's say-so. We immediately got our 10 parishes, and I'm grateful to him for the idea to work together and have common meetings, and I think that the way we've cooperated is a huge credit to William, who I am very fortunate to have as my next door neighbour. Also somebody who, even the years I've known him, is always promoting Lincolnshire and the values and the interests of Lincolnshire, especially when he's outside the boundaries of this county. I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that William and Jane will, over the coming year, give great support to yourself and Amanda, and if he should become, we hope, chairman next year, they will represent this county extremely well. I just, in conclusion, would mention that I hope that when William visits place, he gives equal treatment to travelling north, south, east and west, because I'm the only division that's east of him. But having said that, I happily and with the deepest respect to William propose Councillor William Webb to be Vice Chairman for the coming year.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my pleasure to second William Webb as Vice Chairman of our County Council. He is one of the few people who is universally liked and has won respect from across the political divide. The role of Chairman is a difficult one, requiring above all a sense of integrity and fairness, and of course we also have to support him in this to enable him to do his job to the very best possible. A chairman needs wisdom and diplomacy, which William has in spades, along with a natural charm which helps draw people together in a common aim. As portfolio holder for highways, William certainly found out what it was like to be in the firing line, and he worked tirelessly trying to get the very best solutions for everyone. I second the proposal that Councillor William Webb becomes our Vice Chairman of Lincolnshire County Council. Thank you.
The nominations? No. Goes to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Any against? Abstentions? No. William.
Councillors and ladies and gentlemen, I love being in this particular chamber because I feel that I'm amongst friends, and I'm delighted to stand next to Bill as the elected Vice Chairman of this dear council. It's an honour and a privilege, and my Lady Jane and I look forward to supporting the new Chairman and his lady in their duties with enthusiasm and with dignity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Chief Exec, any apologies for absence?
Chairman, thank you. Apologies have been received from Councillor Beaver, Councillor Brailsford, Councillor Bridges, Councillor Hicks, Councillor Mrs Reynolds, Councillor Morgan and Councillor Dilks.
Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest to declare? Thank you. Item 5, the minutes of the meeting of the County Council held on the 21st of February 2014 be approved as a correct record and signed by the Chairman. All in favour? Yeah. Thank you. Item 6, submission of petitions. We have received 2 petitions for submission today, both of which attracted more than 3,000 500 signatures, thus triggering a 15-minute debate at Council. In either case, is the Council legally, in neither case, apologies, is the Council legally empowered to pass a motion that will achieve the aims of the petitioners, but this does not prevent the debates taking place. From the Chair, I move that we suspend Procedure Rule 13.6 in Part 4 of the Constitution for the item 6 only, to allow motions and any amendments on each petition to be moved at the beginning of the debate and for there to be one debate. Do I have a seconder?
Do so.
Thank you. The Council has received a petition from Mr. Guy Granger seeking support for the demands that 1. Market Raisin Ambulance Station remains open, and that 2. A minimum of 2 ambulances be based at Market Raisin Ambulance Station, with standby located within the LN7 and LN8 postcodes areas. Mr. Granger, could you speak for up to 5 minutes and then present me the petition? Thank you.
Chairman, councillors, the petition that I'm presenting to you this morning, which was signed by 3,700 people, has got 2 very clear aims, which you've just articulated. The paper which has been distributed to councillors in connection with this presentation gives much of the background. So I will concentrate on the following key points now. Ambulance response times throughout the areas LN7 and LN8, which is Market Raisin and Caister and surrounding villages, are very poor, well below the government targets for Category A responses, which are that 75% be achieved within 8 minutes and 95% be achieved within 19 minutes. The reason for the poor response times is that ambulances generally have to travel from outside the LN7, LN8 area to respond to emergency calls. My understanding is that the one ambulance based in Market Raisin is sent out of area at the start of each shift to a standby location, usually in Lincoln, sometimes in Grimsby, so that there is generally no ambulance cover at all within the LN7 and LN8 areas. In the year July 2012 to June 2013, about 1,800 or 75% of the dual crewed ambulance responses had to be made into the Market Raisin Caister area from variously Lincoln, Gainsborough, Scunthorpe, Barton-on-Humber, Grimsby, Cleethorpes, Louth, Horncastle, or even further afield. Throughout the East Midlands region, each EMAS ambulance attends on average about 1,000 emergency incidents a year. They do about 615,000 responses, and there are approximately 615 ambulances. So that works out at 1,000 a year, or around 2.7 emergency responses per day per ambulance. So the 2,400 plus incidents a year in LN7 and LN8 ought to be sufficient to justify 2 locally based ambulances. The most sensible base for these ambulances would be in the existing modern 4-bay ambulance station in Market Raisin. This building was a considerable capital investment for the Links ambulance service when it was built in the 1990s. It was clearly thought to be needed in order to provide the required level of ambulance cover to local communities. Since then, the population in the Market Raisin area has increased, and in demographic terms it has aged, so increasing the workload for the ambulance service. The situation in the Horncastle Woodhall Spa area, which is postcode areas LN9 and LN10, has also been looked at and is very similar to that set out for the Market Rasen area. And the solution is also similar, to have 2 ambulances on standby in the LN9 and LN10 postcode areas. Now, 850 people in Horncastle signed this petition, supporting proposals for Market Rasen, many in the knowledge that ambulance provision also needs to be improved for the Horncastle area. The petition itself sprang from the announcement by EMAS in November 2013, confirming that Market Rasen ambulance station was to close and that the locally based ambulance personnel were to be transferred out of Gainsborough, to work out of Gainsborough. This prompted considerable local media coverage and was followed by a request from EMAS to discuss possible ways forward for ambulance provision in the Market Rasen area. I've had 2 meetings with Lincolnshire EMAS managers, and from these meetings the case supporting the provision of 2 standby ambulances in each of the Market Rasen and Horncastle's areas were put in writing to the EMAS main board in March 2014. I believe I'm running short of time, so right. I have also learnt that one ambulance used locally, which came into service in March 2013, had done 93,000 miles by mid-October. There are cases of shifts having to cover 270 miles in a shift. I am asking that the council is able to support, not to actually take action, but to support the 2 requirements demanded by this petition.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to present me with the petition? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This, members are reminded of the rules of debate. I intend to allow 15 minutes for this debate. I'd invite councillors to debate the petition. Councillor Mrs. Talbot, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I firstly congratulate you on your appointment as Chairman for the ensuing year? And can I also thank Mr. Granger for presenting the petition on behalf of the people in Market Rasen and the Horncastle area. But I'd like to move a motion, an amendment to his motion, that the Council notes the concerns expressed by residents in the Market Rasen and Horncastle areas about ambulance response times. This has been debated at length by Health Scrutiny Committee for Lincolnshire. We therefore will refer this petition to the East Midlands Ambulance Service, EMAS, for its consideration, and I'd like to reserve the right to reply to the motion.
Thank you. Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to support I was going to say I would like to support Councillor Talbot in a motion, which I was actually going to do myself. Obviously, we're against frontline service cuts and privatisation of the NHS, and we don't think that lives should be put at risk in that region by cutting the ambulance service down below what I think the public should have the right to. So I do support you locally with what you strive to achieve, and I think the council should support that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, can I just say a non-pecuniary interest in lives as a first responder, and congratulations on your choice of charity. Yes, Mr. Granger, well presented petition, and I fully agree. Health scrutiny, as Councillor Talbot has already said, we have been very vociferous in our response to EMAS in various health scrutinies over the last year. We do recognise on health scrutiny that the system is not as good as it should be, and if you take into account the response from lives and other co-responders into the equations, it makes the figures even worse. So I fully support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
So Reg Shaw.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the motion on the floor too, and there are various reasons why I would do so. The Lincolnshire is a special case. There's no doubt that, especially in areas around Horncastle and Market Rasen and such like, it's a sparse rural area, and we are not the East Midlands, as in Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, and so on. We don't have the populations. We have great geographical distances, which makes for lots of problems. The thing is, what is the best way of addressing EMAS's proposals? And the best way to do it is to play clever, not necessarily to look for headlines, but to make sure you're in the right position to do the right things at the right times. Now, this council obviously has done so by making sure it's gone through health scrutiny for one, and I know that players like Christine are doing a lot in the background to make sure that this matter is brought to a head, and therefore I think what's been put forward today's proposal from Christine is the way to go, to play cleverly and make sure that we're there to influence the EMAS at the right time. Thank you very much.
So Rosie Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to propose an amendment to replace notes, which I feel doesn't go further enough, to supports. The amended motion therefore read that the Council supports the concerns expressed by residents in Market Rasen and Horncastle areas about ambulance response times, and refers to the petition to the East Midlands Ambulance Service, EMAS, for its considerations. There are major concerns with the response times by EMAS. It's vital that the ambulances are put in the correct positions, and this service needs vast improvement. So I would hope that you support the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was very pleased, as Councillor Palmer said, to hear that your supported charity is Lives. I fully support what Councillor Mrs. Talbot has proposed as a motion on the floor, and I know that she and the members of the Health Scrutiny Committee have worked and are working very hard to try to work with EMAS to improve their performance. And thank goodness, as Councillor Palmer said, that we have Lives who significantly improve the statistics with respect to turnout time.
I thank you, Chairman. I am a neighbouring councillor to Market Rasen at Middle Rasen. Indeed, I think the ambulance station actually is in Middle Rasen Ward, but that's really a matter. I don't wish to grandstand about this at all. I think the motion, I understand Mr. Granger's views on this, and obviously the residents of Market and Middle Rasen. It is absolutely vital that we do maintain and enhance the ambulance position in our area and on the Wolds as well. I now pay tribute to Councillor Mrs. Talbot, who has constantly pushed for this. Nobody could have done more, and I would ask this council to get behind Mrs. Talbot with her amendment, and I stand on that. Thank you.
For once, I can really mean what I say. I hadn't planned to speak because I thought there was an unwritten agreement between the group leaders that only one person from each group would actually speak, and when Lewis actually got up to speak, that meant that the Conservatives had spoken twice. Okay, so that's why I'm speaking in support of the amendment that's been moved by the Labour group. I think that the notion of supporting something is much, much clearer and sends a clear message out rather than noting. It's important that we add value to this petition that's going to EMAS, and the added value is the 77 councillors that represent Lincolnshire County Council standing foursquare behind the people of Market Rasen and Horncastle in order to bring about the situation whereby we've got a voice. Now, I know that Christine Talbot has done an enormous amount of work as chair of Health Scrutiny Committee. Nobody's taking that away. But what I'm saying is, and what this amendment is meant to do, is to add value. The value of Lincolnshire County Council members having considered the petition to say, we go further than noting it, we're actually supporting it. And that's why I'm happy to second the amendment.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'm slightly confused as to why the reference to health scrutiny has been removed. However, can I just reiterate that we have not only, as Steve Palmer referred to, been working on response times for East Midlands Ambulance Service, but since my watch, we've been actually reviewing it since 2010. And we were bitterly disappointed that the Secretary of State for Health, Jeremy Hunt, our request for a full review was turned down. Health Scrutiny have on a continual basis, and we have promised Lord Ribeiro, who was chairman of the IRP last year, that we would work with EMAS and draw a line in the sand under what we'd done previously. But I have to say, following the CQC report last month, we have again written to the Secretary of State requesting him not only to look at the CQC report in detail and the failure of the ambulance service to meet only 2 of the 6 standards, but also to reiterate our concerns about a full review taking place. I understand what everybody's saying, and I think it is our concern across the whole of the county that response times improve, and they are improving. But this year alone, it has been stated by CQC that they will not meet the national standard of requirement of response times in this county. And I think we've all had enough, and I think it's important that we support whatever activities that take place around trying to get better response times for our communities, and to that end, once more, East Midlands Ambulance Service will be attending health scrutiny this coming Wednesday in order to answer questions on A, why they have paused the building estates being the best, which we all thought was rather funny really, being the best. It's not a very good title for a consultation document. And 2, why the response times are still not being met in Lincolnshire. And I think it is important that we also get behind this new pilot scheme that is taking place between our fire service and the ambulance service, which is the joint ambulance conveyance project, which is taking place or will take place shortly in Woodall Spa, Long Sutton and Sutton Bridge. And I think we all agree that the motion as put by the Labour group, which reads that the Council supports the concerns expressed by the residents in Market Raisin and Horncastle areas about ambulance response times and refers the petition to the East Midlands Ambulance Service for its consideration. I think all 77 of us can get behind the Labour amendment in order to support our residents in Lincolnshire, so therefore I would suggest that I withdraw the Lincolnshire administration motion that I put earlier, and that we all now get behind the amendment made by the Labour group. Thank you, Chairman.
Go to the amendment. Those in favour? Any against? No, that's carried. Thank you. Item B of this, the Council's received a petition from Louise Carter asking the Council to reconsider the closure of Hawthorne Road as part of the A15 Lincoln Bypass scheme. Mrs. Carter, would you like to speak for 5 minutes and then present me with the petition? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Councillors. Thank you for accepting our petition against the closure of current Hawthorne Road as part of the Lincoln Eastern Bypass Scheme. I'm here today to leave you with 5 points as you debate the petition against this planned closure, and these 4 points form the purpose of the petition. But I just want to make the point that a bridge over Hawthorne Road was in LCC's original plans and was only removed based on cost and not on need. We do support the bypass scheme and can understand the benefits to the wider community and future economic development plans, but we are concerned about the impact of the proposed loss of the spine of the eastern community, which is Hawthorne Road. LCC is supposed to represent the community and not be prejudiced in any way, and we just don't feel that we've been represented on this matter. We value their ability to represent us, but feel that the scheme is being prejudiced against us, which is deeply saddening. We wonder if you will support the Eastern Villages communities over this particular scheme. I have a quote from West Lindsey District Council. It's an informal quote from Mark Sturgis that says, whilst West Lindsey District Council does support the principle of a bypass round the eastern side of Lincoln, it is concerned that some of its communities will be disadvantaged by the dislocation caused by the failure to construct a full access road bridge over the pass on Hawthorne Road. We feel that in particular the following demographics will be most affected by the proposed scheme. Firstly, elderly drivers who feel safe using this direct access route to Lincoln, those who have health considerations and may require urgent medical attention. Thirdly, small businesses and independent workers such as care and home support workers. Fourthly, anyone who lives and works a short distance either side of the proposed stopping up area. And fifthly, school children and parents travelling to and from the local schools. I compiled a chart from the online petition comment box, and the majority of residents had two main concerns. Firstly, about the proposed alternative routes in terms of safety and capacity, and secondly, they indicated a desire to keep Hawthorne Road open as a local direct access route. In changing this, it means that we'll have a vast amount of traffic that's not local, and we believe that that will implicate the impact on the safety of the area. We also feel that there's been a lack of effective consultation. Local residents needed a voice, and this petition is how we have chosen to express our lack of agreement with this scheme. We did not have the opportunity to raise a coherent voice during the consultation process, but just because we didn't, this does not mean that the voice is not strong and potentially very loud. In a little over 3 weeks, and really only through local word of mouth, we had over 3,500 signatures, and I think this demonstrates clearly the strength of feeling in the local area, and we'd like you to take this point very seriously. Thirdly, with the scheme LCC will be posing on us, we feel that this is highly inconvenient and demonstrably less safe alternative routes for residents on either side of the proposed stopping up. And the comments that came with the petition show that people are genuinely worried about the alternatives given, and residents also feel that they'll be paying substantially out of their own pockets for increased fuel bills caused by longer journeys, both in distance and time taken. At the moment, we have some measure of reliability in our journeys using Hawthorne Road, and that reliability will just be lost with the variables of new junctions and increased numbers of junctions to be navigated. Fourthly, we have the disastrous effects on the high school at Cherry Willingham and surrounding schools. We are already seeing the impact on school choices in the primary schools, and the deputy teacher at Cherry Willingham Community School expressed an opinion that the school would likely not survive the road closure. Access to the schools from the eastern part of Lincoln is crucial for its survival, and its closure would be devastating for the area. The fifth point is that the severing of a community is potentially at stake here, and it is this point that I want to leave you with. Hawthorne Road is the long spine of a community. In closing the road, you'll be severing a community forever. We have a vast amount of clubs, activities, social arrangements, family meetings that all benefit our children to grow within this community. We've all put money into the community and teaching our children the value of our community, and all of this will be lost if this road is closed. Hawthorne Road is our traditional route into the city, and this direct access route will be lost if this plan goes ahead. Residents are not against the ring road and consider that with creative thinking as part of the tender process with prospective construction companies, the bypass scheme need not be delayed if the council does decide to reinstate the bridge plans. We support the bypass, we just don't want to be bypassed as a result of it. We're also concerned with the loss of Hawthorne Road will also mean that we lose some of the future benefit from growth in the eastern quadrant, which will have even more serious consequences for the local village economy. So the decision is in your hands, not ours. You have the opportunity to help us, and we urge you to listen to local residents who feel they will be disenfranchised by the stopping up of Hawthorne Road and the severance of the Hawthorne Road community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now debate the petition. Again, I intend to allow 15 minutes for the debate. I'll call Councillor Davis and then afterwards group spokesman. Thank you. Oh, David.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. Carter, for bringing this petition to the Council. I have to say this, the Eastern Bypass is a strategically important scheme for Lincoln and for Lincolnshire. And as you said in your pre-announcements, we are not the actual determining authority in terms of this. The inquiry process, which is the Secretary of State, makes the final decisions in relation to this scheme. Can I therefore propose the following? The Council notes the concerns expressed by the petitioners, but in view of the fact that the arguments put forward have been raised at a public inquiry, resolves that we note the petition. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second that. I would like to make a few points in support of the petition that's been put forward. I did happen to attend part of the inquiry that was held in the Bentley in Lincoln about this, and had the opportunity to have a close look at what was going on and to hear the voices that were presented there. The worry really is that Lincolnshire County Council might be starting to make judgments more on the cost to the County Council than the value for money for the community. The point being that this does cut off an important access route, and it does make it very difficult for the schools and for work to be so shut off from their places of residence. The alternative route for a vehicle is quite lengthy, and it is not an easy route and passes through other more difficult places to pass through, makes it difficult access, and hence the point about the older people and the children. It's not a straightforward alternative, and it's longer, which does create more difficulties for those people who are actually making those journeys. These are the disadvantages of the dislocation that was mentioned. The cost was mentioned, and it was said that originally it went from being a road bridge to a footbridge, and now I gather it's going to be a bridge which will be able to take cycles and so on. And so the original savings that were envisaged of perhaps £1 million are not going to be realised currently. If it may only be perhaps £250,000, it will be substantially less. The point about that is that it does make one rethink one's decisions, and one really starts to look at whether it really is the right solution or not. I would like to suggest that this is reconsidered, but I do recognise the difficulties with dropping back on the timescale, and I see that as a problem. I recognise there was some concern about having to identify or to obtain other pieces of land, whereas some experts are telling me that a straightforward road bridge would not require extra purchase of land if it didn't have extra junctions to get onto the bypass. If it was a straight across road going straight across the bypass, would not in that case require the extra land purchases and would be cheaper. And that in fact is what is being called for by the community. So I strongly support the voices. I think they've been absolutely right. Had they been more closely involved in the consultation at the earlier stages, this probably would have been put in at that stage, I imagine. And that again is an issue for us, is consultation, always difficult, but always absolutely important, because we don't have the monopoly on the best ideas. Sometimes they do come from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just say congratulations to you on your election, and also many thanks to Ray and Linda for the sterling work they did. All councillors, anyhow, would have wished for a grander Lincoln Eastern bypass with dual carriageways, over bridges, etc. But in spite of planning being agreed for these, the new condemned government in 2010 would not fund this. So a reduced scheme was drawn up and funding from government agreed. Certainly the councillors in Lincoln East and Lincoln Glebe were pleased that a sustainable LEB crossing was included in the plans, because it was not going to be there when it went out to planning regulation recently. And anyhow, it was put into the plan, they found money for it, and it will certainly help sustainable road users from my area and the adjoining council's area travel to the schools in Fiskerton, Cherry Willingham, etc., in sustainable manners. With all schemes, there are winners and losers, and certainly some people that travel on this road will benefit, but others equally will not be able to use Carlton Boulevard as a rat run, and that will be helpful because it is a bus route, and I know the highways are taking plans to make it a safer route for the residents in that area. If we discard the already approved plans, then obviously we're putting at risk the whole LEB plans for many, many years. And I don't think, as a representing Lincoln and Lincolnshire, the economic growth of Lincolnshire will be frustrated by us not going ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I take note of what the lady said in her petition, and obviously it's not my area, so I'm not familiar with it going around there on a regular daily basis. But at the same time, I would not like to compromise the Eastern Bypass. So I would like to put a separate motion forward that the Council notes the concerns expressed by the petitioner. The Council refers petition to the Executive Council of Highways to allow him to review the scheme, following the decision of the public inquiry, and take on board the views of residents and see if anything can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
I wouldn't second what Councillor Payne suggests, because we are talking about a massive delay in the plans. I looked at the route, I've driven the route. Am I right in saying that there are actually currently 3 access points into Lincoln? And in fact, if we remove the Hawthorne Road one, there are still 2 roads that could be used, the 158 and the Greekwell Road. So, pardon? I am right, yeah, thank you. Right, thank you very much. I thought I wasn't. Yeah, anyway, the point is this, Mr. Chairman. There are already 2 access roads into Lincoln. In fact, Hawthorne Road doesn't go into Lincoln, it joins the Rugby Road, which can be quite difficult to get in and out of, I can assure you. So it isn't necessarily the end of the world if it were to become a cycling, walking only. The problem is, Mr. Chairman, if we go back again, we put into jeopardy a road which many of us have been after for 20, 30 years. And because we in North Hykeham are relying on the Eastern Bypass to be built so that our case for our bypass is stronger. So if we go back, then we are going to delay the process. The money is not absolutely sacrosanct. It could go. There could be another place in the country that's gung-ho and going to go ahead, and we lose it. And you lose the government money, you lose your scheme. So we can't go back. I quite agree with Councillor Renshaw that the well-being of the county as a whole depends on this road being built. It needs to be built. So while we note the concerns of residents, I'm sorry, we have to proceed, otherwise we miss the boat. As was said by the lady presenting the petition, if they'd been a bit more canny at the beginning, they might well have got it kept in the scheme, but they didn't. You know, it's all right being wise after the event. So I think we need to go ahead. There is also a possibility, Mr. Chairman, through other means that there could be a bridge built later. But we need to go ahead. If we delay any longer, we're going to lose it. Thank you.
Thank you. A few minutes left, so we'll take another 2 or 3 speakers. Councillor Alan Jesson.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on your appointment. I don't know if it's already been done. I've got a little bit confused, but I second Chris Payne's motion. Thank you. Amendment, sorry.
Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on your appointment. Chairman, the issue of the Eastern Relief Road, I think, has already been determined. We can't now start renegotiations and replanning however much we would have desired it. Indeed, I think we need to turn our thoughts to what we do in respect of the further structures that we will need in place. We've seen only this week the western side closed down completely in one direction by an accident, and when you look where the Eastern Relief Road goes, it finishes at the A15. Now just speculate that there's an incident on the western side, traffic decides to take the eastern route, it heads to the A15 and then tries to make it to the A46. We know what that means. Heavy urban traffic flows will be further exacerbated by massive traffic queues. So I'm sorry that we've not been able to resolve this, but like all roads, the more junctions you place on a highway, the more risk you have in respect of accidents and incidents. So we've got what we've got. The main thing is now, let's get it built.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was beginning to wonder if I was going to be lost in the debate somewhere. Certainly I did indicate earlier on. I am the adjoining member to this area, but probably with the settlements that are most affected, Reefham and Cherry Willingham. This debate is very, very important to those local communities. Louise comes from the Lincoln side of the issue. Louise isn't one of my voters. I don't know. No, you're on my end, aren't you? Of course. But the issue comes whereby an awful lot of the local situation is being affected, and Louise is very, very correct with regard to her statement she's made so far. It's even more pertinent when you take into account in Cherry Willingham, one of the local farmers has died, which might have not too much of a significance to many people, but the executors to his estate are currently involved in a pre-planning application with regard to 125 acres of housing. Whether or not that comes forward or not, I don't know, but it will completely remodel the road needs on the eastern side of Lincoln. 125 acres of housing is a significant amount of properties, and if you like, a significant amount of cars. This will need to be factored in at a later date. So, okay, we are where we are with regard to the Secretary of State and waiting for a decision, but we must not take our eyes off the ball with regard to where this is going, because if indeed the housing does come forward, there will be an absolute need to revisit this area and to cover the issues involved. Certainly, Louise, with regard to the pressure group, with regard to the petition, came forward from an idea I put to Reefham Parish Council that it did become more of a pertinent issue. It was a need to get the communities involved, and certainly you can feel the impact that's coming back. And I too have signed the petition, so I would urge you to all to address the situation as we can, as effectively as we can, given time.
Debated that for over the 15 minutes. I tend to ask Councillor Colin Davey to sum up, and then we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Thank you.
I think, Chairman, most things have been said in the discussion that's just taken place, and as I say, I've moved the proposal, so I'd ask you to go to the vote now. Thank you. Proposing, Chairman, the Council notes the concerns expressed by the petitioners, but in view of the fact that the arguments put forward have been raised at a public inquiry, resolves to note the petition.
To refresh, one, the Council notes the concerns expressed by the petitioner, and two, the Council refers the petition to the Executive Councillor for Highways to allow him to review the scheme following the decision of the Public Inquiry Inspector. So we'll go for the amendment. Those in favour? Yes, yeah. There is just the one amendment. Yeah. Thank you. And those against the amendment? Thank you. It's carried. And then to the vote, those in favour of the motion and those against? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The motion's carried. Item 7, the appointment of the chairman's chaplain. The Reverend Scylla Smith has kindly agreed to act as my chaplain for the term of my office, and thank her. And if Reverend Smith, thank you very much. Item 8, the chairman's announcement. I've got 4 announcements. As you are aware, it's the 40 years since the County Council was formed. I would like you to join me in the quad at the end of this meeting to witness a short ceremony to mark the 40th anniversary of the authority. The 130th Lincolnshire Show. Note that this year's Lincolnshire Show will be held at the showground on Wednesday the 18th and Thursday the 19th of June. It's hoped that as many members of the council as possible will be able to attend what is always an enjoyable event. All members will have received an email from the Civic Office inviting them to take part in Meet Your Councillor, which gives members of the public the opportunity to meet and talk to their local member. The marquee for this will be located at the front of the County Council stand. May I remind members that entrance tickets for the Lincolnshire Show will only be issued to those members taking part. The county service of dedication will be held in Lincoln Cathedral at 3:30 p.m. on Sunday the 13th of July. Members of the council will be invited to attend the service and will be given the opportunity to nominate 2 people from their area whom they would wish to attend the service. And finally, a list of civic engagements relating to the immediate past chairman and vice chairman are listed and available for inspection in the members' foyer. Thank you. Item 9, the leader to report on the executive portfolio holders and appointments. Thank you, Councillor Hill.
It is on Schedule 1 in your pack of order of proceedings. There is just one change in terms of the executive. I will be appointing, or I have appointed, Councillor Mark Jones, who will now become an executive member responsible for finance and property. Mark is a very experienced councillor, was former deputy leader of Lincoln City Council, where I understand he did a lot of the work and had a special focus on finance. He is also experienced in property matters. He's been a very effective support to me, and I'm confident that he will have performed that role in the executive very well. And indeed, I intend, as part of my the parts of my current portfolio holders' responsibilities, which are transferring to Mark, I will keep the communications and commissioning functions and governance, because I think commissioning is an important year this year to, as we become a commissioning council. I'm very clear that this does need to be driven through with some vigour, and that is why I'm personally taking that portfolio holding on, and I will be very interested in how it develops in the forthcoming years.
Announcements by the leader and members of the executive. Statements by the leader and the members of the executive are detailed as the report reference 10 in the agenda previously circulated. The leader's annual statement has been circulated separately. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, as is now the custom, I do actually, in addition to the statements we have provided, present you with an annual statement, if you like, which has been given to all members as a copy. And obviously this year is the year 40th anniversary of the council, so we've obviously taken the opportunity as well to look back over 40 years of the life of this council. There are none of the founding members of the council are still members of this council, but Councillor Hoyes is the nearest we've got, and he, of course, has been a member since 1977, and he's here today, I think, unless he's had to go. He's here, so welcome. Thank you. It's a tremendous service, Dennis, and it's great to see you still here, and it's wonderful. There are obviously two other longer serving members, of course, Councillor Rob Parker, I think, is going to say a few words after me as a former leader of this council, and myself are the three sort of the old hands, if what the word is. I mean, 40 years is a long time, and indeed some people may not remember or might not even been born when this council came into fruition. And it has been, there have been ups and downs, and we all can remember the downs, but there have been a lot of ups, and I think it's appropriate to remember the achievements, because those of us who choose to stand for election to the council, sometimes we do meet with cynicism from people saying, well, what do you do, what's the point of you, and all the rest of it. And if you look back what we have achieved in terms of, I suppose the university is the one that stands out, how it has come and actually developed into a middle range in terms of its sort of standing, which is a fantastic achievement in the short time scale it's been there, and indeed how it has totally transformed the nature of Lincoln to the positive. I think there are other things like the dualling of the A46, the relocation of Siemens. Like there's a whole list of things we have done, which have been the new library, the archives, the collection, and numerous bypasses and all other things. Not all of those things were done directly by the council, but we either did some of them all by ourselves, and certainly if you talk about the university, that would not have happened without substantial support, cross-party support over many years. So we've had a hand in many of these improvements, and also some of them we've actually done totally by ourselves. So I think the public out there should be aware that we do a lot as a council, as a county council, for them to make the lives of Lincolnshire residents better than they are, and then get these improvements in place. We are a very fast-growing county. I think when I came on the county council 21 years ago, population was just over 500,000. It's now over 700,000 and rising. So Lincolnshire is changing, but I think we've all tried over the years to make sure, in addition to the change, we also keep the ethos and the special qualities which we all feel for this county. In terms of the last year, it's been a very interesting year, and as new members have bedded in, but again, there are achievements we have achieved this year, which I won't list, and also we have grappled with the problems of working with the health sector, the Better Care Fund, and all the rest of it. So I thank all councillors for their support, but also for all the work that they do to actually help the work of this council go forward in future. So it's been, I think, a successful year we've had, and I think we can point to many achievements in the past. I mean, I could go on about some of the characters that have been as part of this council. I think we've had 8 leaders and 10 chief execs, I think. So there's been more chief execs than leaders, but but I have to say we do have a good record. Where one thing we've never done is actually once we get the chief executive, we normally keep them for quite a while. So I'm sure the current post holder will be pleased to hear that. So it's thank you very much, and I think Rob will probably say a few words as the next leader as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, I've been on the council for 25 years, which pales into insignificance compared to Dennis's 40 years. So, I think that credit ought to be given to somebody who can work tirelessly for a local community, come to the county council over such a long period of time. But there's other people as well. We were just talking in the Labour group meeting. Robin Renshaw and Judy came to the county council in 1974 on reorganisation from Boston. Neb Jackson here was a leading member of the old Lincoln City Council before it became a second tier, as it were, authority. So never lost his position and therefore has something to remember about the past. The local government reorganisation has always been on going around, and we still often talk about unitary authorities now, but 1974 marked the change in local government reorganisation at that time. Just looking back over 40 years that Martin referred to, there are some things that stand out, and I'm not going to go through them all. Martin said there have been some ups and downs. I think, but sometimes it's about history being written by the winners. I mean, that's one of the lessons that people learn as historians. And Martin refers to a copy of the County News from spring 1993, where John Major, then Conservative leader referred to Lincolnshire as a go-ahead authority. The same edition found Lincolnshire schools were top of the form. All true, all true. The point was that 1993 was when I became leader and there was a Labour Liberal Democrat administration. And one of the first things that I had to deal with was and Pete Moore will remember this, I guess, was a big issue relating to whether or not the spring 1993 edition actually was politically biased. Right. There it was, in blue, our 4-year record, and it was published in April, just before the May elections. And what happened, a number of people protested about this, and the external auditor suggested that the money needed to be repaid, and who would fall to be liable for that? The former leader of the council and the chief executive. But one of the decisions that was taken was to write off, because we didn't want to proceed along those grounds. So just an interesting point about the 1993 spring edition of County News. But you know, the big things, you know, if I look back over the 25 years, not as I'm going anywhere, I hope, but the problem that we had with 2004 was one of our down times, but I think there were many more up times in the period between 93-97, when all parties worked together to deliver a university. I think has been one of the most outstanding projects that the County Council has been involved in, which has had major long-term benefits, not just for Lincoln or Lincolnshire, but for the wider area. I think some of the points that have been made here about the major investment, we ought to recognise that, you know, being in opposition, which I've been in and the Labour group's been in for most of that time, doesn't mean that we oppose every single thing that comes before us. So I think Martin was right to talk about all-party agreement on many issues. There are some, of course, fundamental ones, approach to spending, questions about maybe commissioning and the role of the private sector that we may have a disagreement about. But for a lot of the time, some of the things that we're doing on behalf of our people has got all-party support. The next 40 years, interesting times, but while we're here now reflecting on the last 40 years, it's an opportunity to think that local government does matter, and it's important that we maintain the local element of local government and not become essentially an offshoot of central government, which means that all parties at some stage have got to stand up to their own governments or their own opposition parties nationally to be arguing about how important it is to have local representatives doing local things to meet local people's needs. Thanks.
Thank you. 7 questions to the chairman, the leader and the executive councillors. I'm anxious to allow a good spread of questions across the chamber within the time allocated. I intend to allow only up to 45 minutes for questions and expecting councillors to be disciplined because of the time available. Would councillors wishing to ask questions please indicate by pressing their button to join the queue? And may I remind councillors that once you have joined the queue, you do not need to press your button when I invite you to speak or when you sit down. Thank you. Councillor Ray Wotton to Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Excess speed is an issue regularly raised by parish councils, particularly in my area, Ancaster. Can Councillor Davis tell me if the Community Scheme Watch has been approved where councils can buy reactive signs? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wotton. I can confirm, following some excellent work that's been done actually in your area, in Ancaster, in conjunction with the Task and Finish group led by Councillor Brooks on the speeding issue, that the review has concluded that it's a good idea. The Community Speed Watch scheme will work. It enables parish councils and community groups for the sum of about between £2,000 and £3,000 to purchase a reactive road sign, which then for a small amount of money can be moved around the parish or the area they're concerned about by the Highways Authority. We can fit on their behalf brackets to lampposts, and then the community can move the rechargeable unit around. And I'd urge parish groups, or in fact councillors who are interested in supporting this project, to get in touch with either myself or they can get in touch directly with the Road Safety Partnership, which is no Bee Gees intended, Staying Alive at lincolnshire.gov.uk where they can find out more about it. It's an excellent scheme. In fact, in Ancaster, while in operation, it saw about a 1 mile an hour reduction in speed while it was in place, which actually, when you're talking about local, smaller roads, is quite a significant amount. So I was very pleased with the outcome.
Yeah. I'm not so sure, Martin, it really is a question, but I don't think Mark's here, actually, and it would be unfair to ask him a question so early in his political life as a frontbench spokesperson. But my question relates to the underspending in the 2013-14 budget. It was a budget of about £495 million. As I understand it, it's likely that the underspend will be about £40 million for this year. Would you confirm that, please?
Thank you. I can confirm there will be a reasonable underspend. I don't know the exact figure, but that will be reported to the relevant committee, the Value for Money committee, and then through and obviously the council will then decide how to treat the underspend. There will be an underspend in the line of what you're speaking of.
Thank you, Chairman. A question about the fire appliances. Currently they need 4 staff each and the ambulance needs 2. Currently the service, I understand, is 20% understaffed and doesn't meet its response times for first and second appliance on scene. Can we be assured that the fire service taking on the ambulance work will not undermine our ability to provide a reliable service? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I have every confidence that it will not undermine the standard of service that the Fire and Rescue Service is providing. And I would point out that the trial of the new fire ambulances is just what it says. It is a trial. It's been fully funded by central government, and when the trial is over, we shall make a firm decision on our experience then as to how to move forward.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bradwell, forgive me if I've targeted the wrong person, but I want to ask a question about flexibility or plasticity with respect to school buses. I've got one particular case as an example where an 11-year-old girl will be asked to walk a mile to catch the bus on an unlit country road without lights, and then walk a mile back in the evening. It raises serious issues of health and safety and other unthinkable occurrences. Whereas the same child could walk a few yards to catch another bus to go to another school. The parents have been told that as a matter of policy, the child must walk the mile to get the free bus, or else find her own way, or the family find their own way to the other school. And I just ask if, I know that it's important to stay within catchment areas as much as possible and not end up with good schools being flooded while the not so good schools are empty, but I ask if it's possible to make decisions not based on policy, that's a bit broad sweeping, but based on individual circumstances as in this case. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll just say at the moment my transport budget is £27 million and could increase, and we are trying very hard to keep the cost of school transport down. I'm afraid we have to work within a policy, else my budget probably would be £50 million. And parents do have a choice where their children go to school, but obviously we have to have schools, designated schools within our designated transport system. We have to work like that, and you know, if you give me details of the case, we can look at it for you. But you know, when children do get to 11 and older, you know, there is an expectation that they perhaps can walk to school. Obviously, we do have routes that are we designate not safe, and therefore that's why I would ask you to just let me have the details so we can look at it. But you know, as I say, we do have to have a policy, because else it would be a never-ending pot of money that we'd be providing school transport with. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I ask Councillor Hill, please? I was at LGA on the 21st and was watching the meeting from afar. Could he update us on matters following the various recorded votes on that date?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, obviously there were two debates on the which members have now got. It was requested by one of the group leaders that, as part of the epitome for the meeting, when there's a recorded vote, people can actually see the names of how people voted. So that is why, on the order proceedings, that is there now. We will amend it so in future in the what used to be the Green Book, it will all be in there. Obviously, you can see for yourselves the what happened with the budget debates. I suppose the interesting thing is that we had a long and lively debate about remunerations and all the rest of it. And just to report, and all members subsequent to that meeting were actually invited, if they wish to forego their increase or part of their allowance, to write to the head of Democratic Services. I can report that 6 members have done so, and of all the 20 members who voted not to take the increase, all 20 are now taking that increase, which I find quite surprising.
We have always been rightfully proud of educational standards in Lincolnshire. Now we have a fragmented education system, and indeed standards do seem to be slipping in some areas. What are you doing to ensure our school improvement service can get a grip of the problems that Lincolnshire children could potentially face in their schools?
I'd like to thank you for that question, and I don't believe that we have a huge problem in our schools. We've got over 300 schools in this county. We know that many of our secondary schools are academies, and there's only 13 primary schools that are academies. I have to say that we work very closely with schools, but on occasions we do have schools that do go into special measures. Very few. We've got very few in Lincolnshire at the moment, but that isn't entirely down to the school improvement service not working with those schools. I would say it's entirely down to the leadership of the school and the school governors. Schools mainly go into special measures when the leadership of that school is not working correctly, and Ofsted, we know, go into schools when standards and performance in that school has fallen. We work with all schools that have performance issues with the standards, but we can't go into a school and tell a head teacher, you will do this, or we cannot tell school governors that. We can advise, and that's what our school improvement service do, advise. We've also got school-to-school support now, and many head teachers who feel that they need additional support will go to one of the head teachers who's working in school-to-school support. So there's lots happening. We've had more schools this year move from requires improvement to good. We've got over 80% of our primary schools who are now good, and we've got some that have moved to outstanding. I don't want any school to go into special measures. It concerns me greatly when that happens. But I'm a school governor myself. I know the tremendous responsibilities that school governors have, and you do have to take those responsibilities very seriously, because we do want all our children to achieve. But on occasions, something does go wrong in a school, and it is up to the school governors to actually hold their head teacher and their senior management team in those schools to account. And if anybody had any worries about a school where you're a governor, if you come to see me or the director, we can help you. But it isn't as simple as walking into a school and saying you will do this, because we're no longer allowed to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Davies, you're perfectly aware of the situation along the coast where our car terraces have been misused over years, long before I came onto this council, by people staying overnight and sometimes populating these terraces for many months. Can you please update me on what the situation is, please?
Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for that question. Firstly, I share your frustration and anger and that of the local community and the parish councils there, that this situation is still ongoing, despite the fact the Secretary of State has granted bylaws for the management of these sites. We have suffered criminal damage to these sites by a small handful of, I would call, apart from lawbreakers, I would call them, the disaffected. They come in from outside of Lincolnshire. They're not Lincolnshire people, and they are a massive problem to us. I mean, I'm absolutely committed, Councillor Palmer, that we will get on top of this. We will see people in court as quickly as we can do that. We do need the support of the police in delivering that, and I will continue to work with you and the parish council concerned to make sure that this small group of troublemakers are brought to book. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask Councillor Davies to look at the issue in East Lindsey of actually sponsoring roundabouts for two bases. Obviously, A, to make them, enhance them so they look a lot nicer, to save the local council's money and maintenance, but also to give the council a revenue stream. And as we're aware that when you drive around the country, you see these roundabouts everywhere, and it does make them look a lot nicer with flowers by the local garden centre, etc., and pay money to the council for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Payne. Yes, it does seem on the face of it, what a great idea. Unfortunately, the reality is far different. Where it's been trialled in other areas in the country, and in fact the county, the cost of maintaining even the signs alone on these roundabouts far outweighs the cost of sponsorship on them. And moreover, I think, and maybe perhaps Councillor Davey would agree with me, as we try to make Lincolnshire, Mr. Chairman, a destination tourism economy, we would hate for it to adopt an American feel of signs and blemishes on the landscape all the way along. I think we need to think very carefully before we start jumping on the bandwagon that a few signs up are going to make a significant difference to our infrastructure. We work very hard with local communities and at times with district councils to make roundabouts and the highway look attractive. But I think we need to resist the temptation to start selling advertising space to suddenly solve all our problems. So it has something that has been looked at in the past, but I have to say the advantages are far outweighed by the disadvantages.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel I could ask you this question as a Woldsman, as you are, but anyway, I'm asking it to Councillor Davey. Councillor Davey, I know from the support the portfolio holder has given to the Lincolnshire Wolds Service that he will be aware of the launch of the 10th Walking Wolds Festival being held tomorrow at the Healing Manor Hotel. Last year, over 5,000 people, both local from all over England, took part in over 100 walks during the 16-day period. In our and the East Midlands only area of outstanding natural beauty. Would he join with me in wishing those walkers, their guides and the Wolds team, exhilarating walking, fine weather and no twisted ankles, whilst enjoying what our wonderful woldland has to offer?
Thank you, Councillor Strange, for that, and I, of course, welcome the Wolds Walking Festival, and I, of course, wish to support everything that is going on around that. But I'd like to make the wider point that the Wolds AONB is our jewel in the crown in terms of our natural environment and our landscape, and it contributes enormously to the quality of life of Lincolnshire, its residents and its visitors, and we should celebrate that fact over the next few weeks while people are walking around and enjoying the very best that Lincolnshire has to offer.
In the past, you've claimed you're protecting frontline services. You've also said the council will have to find further cuts of £90 million by 2018. Our children's centres form a vital frontline service for children and their parents and are an important part of safeguarding children. Will you give a guarantee today that there will be no cuts to children's centres?
I can give no guarantees about anything. As you correctly stated, Councillor Hoff, we now have to embark on another round of savings of £90 million, which we'll be doing over the summer months and obviously engaging with all members on that. So there are no guarantees, and obviously the Council will again, for next year's budget, have to make difficult choices where I don't think we're saying any services will be totally protected, but obviously we are looking at what priorities there should be to try and protect, but I'm afraid I can give no such assurance at all.
Councillor Davis, I'm talking about traffic caused by biodigesters. During planning, a lot of the roads which they're supposed to use are not used. Workers are often on piecework and use the shortest cuts possible. The result is, especially in my division, and I know in many other divisions, that they're using roads that they're never supposed to use according to the planning permissions. The vehicles are too high, too heavy, or too fast, and they're chewing our roads up. So do you propose to either charge the people that run the biodigesters for the repairs? Are you going to stop them using these roads or do nothing?
Thank you for the question, and very pertinent actually. Planning and highways is sometimes at best an oil and water mix. As you will no doubt be aware, I think being a member of a district council, we aren't the planning authority very often for such issues such as this, and unfortunately our highways officers are consulted and would put in their professional advice, but it is the planning authority that is in particular in respect of what conditions are given. Cover off a few questions that you raised. If somebody damages the highway and it can be proven, then absolutely we would hold them liable. For example, tractors dropping ploughs or heavy equipment and damaging it. I think recently, or in the near future, we've had issues around tractor machines churning up the road. But if a road is lawfully being used by a lawfully registered vehicle, then we aren't allowed to charge them. Now, there are issues around, for example, HGV bans. There are issues around particular access routes. And it's something we are working very hard to address, but more often than not, conditions are laid down by district councils, and unfortunately we are, how should I say, often as much as the victim as the local residents that are affected. And for example, with HGV bans, which is often a very big concern, it is down to enforcement, which is predominantly a police issue, in order that anything can be done. It's something I'm very conscious of, and members from across the political spectrum have been in touch with me over the last few months about highways-related planning issues, and it's something I'm keen to look into further. So I'm very happy to talk to you out of this chamber over any particular issues.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think we can all welcome, can we not, Councillor Davis, the improvements to North Highcombe Railway Station. But I'd quite like you to give us some of the other achievements that have been under the project of Access LN6 and what you hope to achieve in the coming year or years with the work programme.
Thank you, Councillor Talbot. There was a nasty rumour circulating that the Access LN6 project was entirely designed to humiliate me in front of the public on a number of occasions. I can assure you that's not the case. It's very much about delivering sustainable transport. The Access LN6 project was the recipient of a £6.5 million grant, partly from central government and partly funded by ourselves, Mr. Chairman, to get people out of their cars and get them to use public transport. So in terms of some of the key objectives we've seen already, we've seen a real modal shift onto bikes. The Don't Call Them Boris bike scheme that we see dotted around the city now has been a huge success. The bright orange bikes, and I would advise you to get on them, has seen the largest take-up of any hire bike related scheme anywhere in the country, with nearly 1,000 so far journeys recorded on them. We've seen a considerable investment gone into our community access systems, so cycleways and footways where appropriate, a bus shelter, recently has been erected. But more substantially is the work that's gone on, for example, at Highcombe Station. And to give you some hard and fast figures on that, excuse me, before the work was undertaken, back in 2012, the very beginning of the allocation process for Access LN6, about 65 people a day, Mr. Chairman, were getting on the train at Highcombe Station. I'm pleased to report that that's now closer to 110 people. Now, on top of that, in terms of promotion work, we've put in new car parking, new lights, all of the things we know that are important to get people out of their cars. And of course, not only is that additional 50 passengers per day on the rail network good for those people in particular, because it's clearly a better means of transport for them, but it relieves transport congestion on our core network, and they're the type of projects we're going to continue. The next phase of work is very much around looking at individuals, how these people travel to work, and trying to encourage them to look at other amenities. I myself try and use the bus to get into Lincoln as often as I can, and actually it can be quite surprising how convenient public transport can be. So I would advise members to, where appropriate, look at public transport and see if you can perhaps adjust some of your own transport movements as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Although members have been briefed on the process of fracking, there have reputedly been a number of instances when there have been undesirable consequences in some countries. Please would the executive member, Councillor David, ensure that before members are required to consider any applications relating to this process, they are given the full reasons for any undesirable environmental issues that are alleged to have arisen elsewhere in the world, and that necessary steps can be taken to ensure that they don't occur in Lincolnshire.
Thank you, Councillor Austin, for that question. Firstly, the first rule on planning is every application will be judged on its own merits. You have to remember with the whole shale gas industry that the geology of the place is incredibly important in terms of determining the response of the various agencies concerned with that application. I'm quite clear that there are no current applications in the system. There is nothing even close to an application in the system as regards to Lincolnshire. I would say, however, that when an application does come, it will need the support of the Environment Agency, the Health and Safety Executive, the Department of Energy and Climate Change. It will be the most regulated planning application of any kind of energy scheme in the country, if not in Europe. So I think members can be assured that when a report does come to the Planning Committee, there will be reports from all of those bodies, and I suspect, and I expect actually, that officers of the various agencies will attend that Planning Committee to address those matters personally.
Thank you, Chairman. Richard, having tried for office on a number of occasions without success, could you assist me in putting an end to car retailers alongside Tritton Road moving their for sale vehicles that are on display from their forecourts onto the grass verges alongside the highway at weekends? This practice, I think, if not tackled, taken to extremes, could see other manufacturers of building supplies, furniture, etc., that have got outlets along City Tritton Road, displaying their merchandise, turning Tritton Road the full length into what would effectively be an upmarket car boot sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Very happy to look at that with you. Apologies. It's worth noting we have had an issue with sailboards on the back of trailers. In particular, there was a notable one on the A57 for some time. I'm pleased to report that our officers were able, after a significant legal wrangle, you really think it would be a lot simpler than it is, to get court permission to get the trailer shifted. That resulted in, frankly, quite an ugly confrontation at one stage and threats, and the police were involved subsequently. That will continue to happen, and I'm afraid at the moment our options are limited, but I'm very happy to look at the particular Tritton Road question you mentioned.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, could I add my congratulations to you on your appointment as Chairman? Thank you. And my question is to Councillor Colin Davey. East Lindsey District Council are currently seeking to sell the cattle market site in Louth. Could the Executive Councillor please update the Council on his views concerning the District Council's plans?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Brooks. Let me just say this, the cattle market at Louth is the last remaining cattle market in Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire is the only county in England where cattle numbers are increasing. That cattle market is incredibly important to the farming community, and I would want to see that cattle market remain on that site. The District Council obviously owns the site, and they will be looking to maximise whatever revenue it can from its sale. I have spoken to the Town Council and spoken to the Scrutiny Committee at East Lindsey regarding my concerns regarding this site. And whilst I accept the site should be redeveloped, it should be redeveloped working in partnership with the County Council and its community to ensure that the best scheme possible can come forward. A sale to a major supermarket chain will rip the heart out of the town quite clearly, and that should be resisted by all concerned. I have also made it clear to the District Council that a full-scale traffic impact assessment is needed as regards Louth before any developments are considered, whether it's on this site or others, because the road network there, following professional advice from our officers, tells us that the road capacity is not there to support any of these major developments currently considered by the District Council. The District Council may wish to say that we should probably butt out of their affairs. I would say that we should work in partnership, and whilst the District Council has a lot of interest in land that we may hold that we wish to dispose of in their area, and it's right we should consult them and listen to their views, they should also listen to ours, and I urge them to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Cabinet Office has queried the viability and financial credibility of the Better Care Fund. What provisions has the County Council made in respect of the health and care reforms if the situation arises where there will be a delay in the funding, and what impact will this have on the plans? Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, Chairman, congratulations. And thank you for your question, Councillor Kirk. As you know, the Better Care Fund is part of a national scheme which we are part of, and it is only part of a process. I know there's been some national media attention on it recently, and it is actually a movement of funds. It's not new money, as you know, from the NHS into the local authority arena, but specifically to take care of social implications with our ageing population, amongst other things. And quite frankly, I think it's too early to say, because as far as I'm aware, and all the messages that are coming out nationally, is that this particular piece of work is still on track. So I think we've just got to be careful of what we read in the newspapers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your new post. Yes, I've just got a brief question with regard to Jane Etherington, who was the Paralympic medal winner, skiing champion with her guide, and I understand that she had a massive problem with finding funding, and I think the costs were to the tune of something like £9,000 or £10,000, and she was taken round the schools, and she'd inspired so many of the children to go for things and actually try to use their full potential. But I just wondered about where this funding would come from, because it was a big worry for her and was quite crippling. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I can confirm that we did support Jane. We have supported Jane, so you know, I hope that answers your question. I've really got no more to say, just that she's a fantastic role model for all our young people in Lincolnshire, and I'm sure that she has, you know, enthused people in what she's done.
Thank you, Chairman. Question on the wellbeing agenda. Are you aware of any intention by providers to reinstate residential wardens? Thank you.
This is keeping me fit, up and down, up and down. The Wellbeing Service, as many of you know, was launched on the 1st of April. All but one of our district councils has kept the warden control service in some form. It might not be as it was exactly, but they have listened to their residents, and they have all 6 have decided to continue with the wardens. One local authority, which is South Kesteven, hasn't, and we have been working, officers have been working with some of their residents who have huge concerns down the south of the county to see what can be done. But as I say, all others had lots of residents' meetings. It was a key issue for many district councils, and they have decided to look after their residents.
Yeah, thank you and congratulations, Mr. Chairman. For Councillor Worth about libraries, I wonder if Councillor Worth will be able to inform the Council of the anticipated costs of the library review, and also going on from that, does it still anticipate there will be an overall saving as a result of the review?
Thank you, Chairman. What I can say is with the judicial review ongoing, obviously we won't know the final cost till well after that has been implemented, and whatever the decision on that, we're probably talking best part of a year before I'm going to be able to be in a position to tell you what the final cost will be. What I can tell you is that the judicial review itself has already cost around £34,000 in internal, external legal charges. We're anticipating that will cost probably double that, so probably around about £60,000. And that's just our side, that's not the claimant side. We anticipate the claimant side will cost a similar amount, and of course they're claiming that on legal aid. So that'll be a cost to all of us as taxpayers, Chairman. Thank you.
We'll certainly try and keep Trish fit, won't we? I understand that Lincolnshire has a projected shortage of primary school places. So, why did LCC scrap or demolish 4 perfectly good primary schools in Lincoln, Ermine Infants, Usher Junior, Mile Cross and Malden Infants in the last 5 years, when live birth and projected immigration statistics would have clearly shown and proven the need for retention, thus saving the spending £1 million on new schools?
Thank you, Councillor Renshaw. Well, I just have to correct you there. It wasn't in the last 5 years. It was over 10 years ago. I think it was 2006 when we were looking at merging infant and junior schools. And at the time, there was no indication that people were going to have loads and loads of babies. Actually, it is good for Lincolnshire that we've got loads and loads of babies and our schools are full. So I think that's really good. And we are on a programme now to build new schools. I have to say, some of the schools that we did merge, some of them were quite old. I know I went round Mal Cross School. It was something like going back into Victorian school with very brick walls, painted and that. But we have got an increase in the birth rate, as we have across the country. We are planning to build new schools, and I don't think we've not got one child who hasn't got a place this September who's in the county at the moment. Obviously we have families moving in all the time, so I believe we're doing a jolly good job in Lincolnshire in actually providing additional capacity within schools, whether that's building extensions on or building new schools. So as I say, I think it's very good that people are moving to Lincolnshire and having children so that our county thrives.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment.
Councillor Robinson, as you're aware, Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue is one, if not the most effective and cost-effective fire service in the country. I have been informed that this service that we all hold dear to us is going to be cut by another 10%. Cuts of this size to the fire service would leave, and is going to leave, the public to unacceptable risk. Would you agree with me that Lincolnshire Fire Rescue is a high priority public service and that this size of cut to the budget is totally unacceptable and will not be imposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, as the representative on the executive for Fire and Rescue, I am opposed to any unacceptable cuts that might be forced upon us. But as the leader has said, we do have this sword of Damocles hanging over us with these massive savings we've got to make. And so I think it's only reasonable to expect that we should bear some share of the cuts that are made. But I shall do my utmost to make sure that these cuts do not compromise, if we indeed we get any, that any cuts do not compromise our ability to do the job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I also apologise for not congratulating you when I stood up last time, but well done, and I hope you and your wife enjoy a very memorable year. My question is to Mrs. Bradwell. As you all know, in her report, the government has decided to introduce free school meals to all Key Stage 1 infants as of September, and have made financial provision for this. Bearing in mind that many years ago, in fact the early 80s, many of our then primary schools' kitchens were closed and converted into classrooms, are we in a position to be able to meet the challenge that's been placed upon us by the government? In other words, how do we stand at the moment in our attempts to make sure that all children of Key Stage 1 age will be able to have a hot, nutritious, free meal when the scheme is introduced? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marriott, for that. I have to say, when we realised the enormity of this challenge, the Director and I did sit there and look at each other, because it hasn't been easy, and it is very tight timescales, because we only knew what our funding was in March, and this has got to be delivered by September. So yes, it's been a huge challenge, but actually we've been working very closely. Colleagues in public health have been dealing with the issue. We've been getting weekly reports, because actually when we started we had over 50 schools that hadn't got a provider. We're now down to just 18 this week, and actually they have a provider, but they haven't confirmed to us which one they're going to go with. So we are very, very confident that by the 1st of September, all Key Stage 1 children who want a school meal will get a meal. But as I say, it has been a real challenge, because usually you're given at least a year to actually get yourself sorted out. Having a few months to deal with, especially lots of small schools, as we know, especially in East Lindsey, we've got lots of small schools, and obviously quite remote from other areas where a provider could be found. So no, it's all going well. Thank you very much.
Turn to Councillor Barry Young. Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Young, on page 46 of the reports that we've received today, there's reference to people management pay and reward. At Value for Money Committee, there was reference being made that we were looking at private sector employers to compare our terms with. Could we have a list of those private sector employers that we've made comparison with, please? And could I also ask for a clear understanding of what will occur should people not accept the terms offered?
I see no reason why you shouldn't have a list of the private sector employers that we've compared with. As to your other question, which was what, sorry?
The question was, if people do not reach agreement with the
Thank you.
authority, what action will the authority be taking?
We're certainly hoping that we will reach agreement. I've got a meeting with the director immediately after this meeting. There are various points still at issue, and frankly, it would not be appropriate to answer hypothetical questions at this stage.
We've got through the list. We've just got one button that's been pressed, and as we've got 2 or 3 minutes left, did you want to put a question forward, Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak, and congratulations on your recent appointment. It was really just in support of my colleague Councillor Wootton here and his question to Councillor Davis on speed enforcement, particularly in rural areas, and the point of parishes paying for vehicle-activated signs, which we're all in favour of. I just wanted to raise a couple of points on that matter. It was really just a point of information that I thought was relevant to his question, was that... Well, no, I hadn't started yet. My question to Councillor Davis is, as Lincolnshire Police have effectively abandoned speed enforcement in rural areas, would he have an urgent meeting with the Chief Constable to see if he could resolve this matter? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Without going into too much detail, I can confirm first-hand experience that suggests Lincolnshire Police haven't abandoned speed enforcement in rural areas. You'll forgive me if I don't go into too much more detail about that. I do agree, and thank you for raising the point. There is an issue around enforcement. In my own patch, I have a rat run that's used very extensively, and what I've done is engage with the community beat manager by ringing him early in the morning and spending time stood on the road with the local community beating team and the neighbourhood policing teams, and they are very proactive in actually doing enforcement. And I would suggest if you have a problem, I will continue to raise it with the police when we meet them, but do speak to your local community beat manager and get out there on the road and do it in conjunction with them. It's a great way of meeting some punters as well.
Representation, a report by the Director responsible for democratic services has been circulated. Councillor Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the report's attached, and I think it's very detailed, and I'd like to move that the number of parent governor representatives required to sit on the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee and Overview Scrutiny Management Committee be reduced from 3 to 2, and that the Constitution be amended accordingly.
I formally second, Chairman.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradwell spoke at great length about the vital role of school governors in this chamber just a few moments ago. Councillor Bradwell spoke at great length in response to my question about the vital role of school governors and of good school governance. And although this looks like a small technical change to our constitution, I think it reflects a major issue and a major problem that we're on the cusp of here. One of the reasons I opposed the Academy agenda and the Academy's policy from the start was that we would see a dramatic decrease in direct democratic accountability within our schools, and I knew that that wouldn't happen overnight, but that it would happen in a drip, drip, drip way, and this is part of that drip, drip, drip way, and I don't think we should accept it, and I think we should be concerned. I also understand that our current parent governors on overview and scrutiny, who do a fantastic job and a brilliant contribution to the scrutiny function of the council, haven't actually been consulted on these changes, and so therefore I find it very difficult to support it. We've seen, and the report mentions, that we've got a scandalous drop of parent governors and that the numbers have almost halved in Lincolnshire since 2009. This is a very worrying trend. What we're seeing is that the reality of Michael Gove's vision forced upon us from Westminster is that this isn't increasing parental choice, this isn't increasing parental involvement in schools, and that he is slowly and carefully stealing our schools from our communities. And in many ways this council has just sat back and let that happen. We on this bench will not allow that to happen without a fight, and we will not stand back and allow this through, because that erosion must not be allowed to happen in either large ways or small ways. We should go back to our governors, go back to our schools and try again to keep our numbers up so that our brilliant parent governors can continue to make a really good contribution to the work of this council in the overview and scrutiny function.
Yes, I'd like to strongly support what Councillor Dodds has just said. The parent governors who've been serving on children and young people's scrutiny over the years that I've been on that committee have been a crucial and important part of the way that we conduct that work of that committee and bring a fresh approach, because while some councillors are school governors, they also have lots of other things to do. But these parents who are coming to the committee are very much focused on their experience in schools and on bringing that experience for the benefit of this council and to help the way that we actually decide on our policy. And I don't think we should be going ahead with this for at least one minimum thing, is that, you know, at least we should be consulting our existing parent governor representatives to actually talk to them about what they think about it, rather than actually taking this decision today. So as a minimum, I would like to see this being deferred until that consultation has taken place, so that we can actually come back to this council with an informed report that takes into account the views of the existing parent governors. I mean, I know we didn't have anybody when we went out originally, but we all know how these things are sometimes. People don't fully notice what is going on, and I think we should try again. I think it's absolutely, I think we send out completely the wrong message if we are saying to parent governors that we're going to cut you just because no one's applied this case. I think we should at least try again. We should talk to our own representatives at the moment and come up with a better solution that's actually been properly thought through.
The Labour group wanted to be positive and move an amendment which would actually have said something more positive, which essentially was about that what we wanted to see is the not reduction from 3 to 2, but maintained at 3, and efforts made to recruit a further parent governor, because we don't think that if you go out to consultation and try to find people to come forward and it doesn't work, that you immediately abolish the post. That doesn't seem reasonable, that doesn't, given what I think everybody in the council chamber recognises, which essentially is that parent governor representatives on Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee and the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee do a good job. Now, I want to understand the reason why this is happening, because fundamentally it can't only be to do with the fact that we can't find anybody in the short term. Now, I understand that the legal requirement is only to have 2 rather than 3 parent governor representatives. Okay, if we thought it was a good idea in the first place to have 3, then we ought to stick to our principles and say that 3 is the right amount. Okay, so we've got 2 and we need to find a third one. Right, we didn't do it successfully in the first round. Why can't we have another go at it? Now, that doesn't seem to me to be a position that should cause a lot of argument. So we don't want to vote against this proposal. We'd rather amend it. But it was ruled that it would be a negative amendment, a wrecking amendment, in other words. But we don't think that it's a wrecking amendment. It's actually say we want to see something else happen, not just a question of 3 to 2. We want to stick with 3 and go out and into the parent governor market, as it were, dreadful phrase, to see whether or not we can, through efforts, get another parent governor to come forward and continue the invaluable work that is going on and has gone on in the past. That's why we wanted to be positive about it rather than seemingly to be negative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this has been discussed before, and I think the reason for the reduction has been quite clearly explained. How much longer do you leave it before you make a decision? All I want to say is, from my own experience of parental involvement, I go back to when Kenneth Baker, of blessed memory, introduced his educational reforms, and we had the annual parents' meeting, or the annual, what do you want to call it. I think the first year at my school it was reasonably well attended, but after about 4 or 5 years, we were reduced to what we used to laughably call the Skellingthorpe Mafia, because there were about 4 parents in Skellingthorpe religiously turned every year. Parents, and to be honest with you, when I was a parent of children at school, I relied on the school to do the job. I didn't want to be continually consulted. You know, we go through this period of wanting to be involved, Mr. Chairman, and quite frankly, we do enough of this. What we should be doing, if we're really serious about the democratic process, is we should be going back to the old idea of local education authorities, which I would support, but which successive governments, including Labour, have done their best to undermine. And I see the latest proposals from David Blunkett is to have a sort of education czar in each of the, or commissar or commissioner in each area, totally ignoring elected members whose job it should be to represent the views of their electorate. So I'm quite happy to go down to 2, because how long do you delay it before you face the inevitability of the fact that people just don't want to volunteer to do jobs like this? They're quite happy for us to go out and carry on doing on their behalf, and that's what we should be doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I also would like to support keeping 3, and I did raise this before, but I was told that it was going to be very difficult. And I do take the point that it is probably worth another go. People don't want to do a job if they don't think they're going to be useful. And one of the ways we've demonstrated that people can be useful before is to actually go out and to put an article in County News about what it's like, what the job is like, from one of our previous members who felt they were able to achieve something useful, and perhaps put that in County News to explain to people that they can do a useful job. And also, once they're here, to look after them in a usual way, to make sure that they are provided with all of the same facilities as everybody else, all of the members here. And I think that's important, to make them feel valued as they are, and quite rightly so. I think we could do more in recruitment, and I would think we could do a bit more in support, and I would like to see, if it's been moved and seconded, which it has, I would like to see us just give it one more go. Thank you.
The motion, in which case I'd like to take her place.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. 872 parent governors. Not one of them was interested. They always say a willing volunteer is far better than a conscript. If people aren't prepared to do it, we can legally have 2. I'm not sure why the Labour Party don't want to go up to 5, because that's what we could go to. People don't want. If people don't want to come forward, going back out again is just going to waste time. Let's go forward with 2. That is within the law, and we've got it sorted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hadn't planned to speak on this, but I totally agree with my fellow councillors over in the section over there, yes, the Labour section, that we all work very well together with on other committees too. And I totally agree with what they're saying and see this as an erosion of standard support. School governors actually play a very, very important role. They have a different perspective because they're not in school every day. And I know the rate of work and the rate of teaching and the rate of constant paperwork that bombards them. I'm surprised they're not all off with stress, because it is very, very stressful for them. So the governors coming in are a breath of fresh air. They come in, they read the notes, they take on all the information that's been given, and because they come from a different perspective, they can actually see things in a different light. And on many, many occasions, we have been thanked for coming up with a simple solution or a suggestion or something, because it's a breath of fresh air. It's from a different plane, if you like. And so I feel this extra form of scrutiny, which is what it is, and as school governors are also aware, you have to challenge. It's your job to challenge the school, also to put ideas forward as well. And so the more the school governors that there are, the wider the range of the governor experience available, and the better off that school will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I have to say I was probably one of the very first parent governors in this country in the mid-70s when the idea was first floated. I got the post and none of us knew what to do with it. It took a while to figure it out. But a question really, is it 50% of schools in Lincolnshire are now maintained, with the rest being academies, and the academies are growing? Are these parent governors that are represented here from maintained schools, and what will happen if and when the maintained schools continue to shrink with respect to representation? Because the parent governors aren't really representing the schools of Lincolnshire or the parent governors of Lincolnshire, are they?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realise that this would be such debate, but I would like to thank Councillor Dodds for her political sort of broadcast against academies. We know that you don't like academies, and so therefore, you know, I wouldn't expect anything other from yourself. But I do think we have to consider that we have written to 872 parent governors, the parent governors we have in this county. And as I've said to you earlier on in the meeting, a governor's position now is so time consuming. You're not at school once a term, you're in school 2 or 3 times. And there is lots of pressure on governors. I have to accept that the parent governors we have on our children's scrutiny are excellent. They become involved. I was sat only the other day with the lady who's here today, with the Task and Finish group. They do give a lot to the council. But actually, we have written personally to 872 parent governors, and I actually do think that that's better than advertising in county news, because it's a personal contact that we do need someone else. No one's come forward, and I do believe with 2 parent governors on that committee, we are still going to have input from them. And I would suggest that we go ahead with the recommendation that I've moved, that we go to 2 parent governors on our scrutiny committee.
Vote all those in...
But she's quite right. Of course, I was experiencing a senior moment there, and I was moving on to the next item. So I do apologise to her without reservation, and I'll try and be a good boy from now on. Thank you.
And we'll accept it. Thank you. So all those in favour of the motion? No.
There wasn't an amendment.
No, there wasn't an amendment. Yeah. So can we just show again all those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to contradict you, but I do think that
Mrs. Dodds did actually put an amendment forward. No, right, sorry.
The motion's carried. Item 13, committee structure. Councillor Hill.
Yes, I move that as written on the epitome there, and it's on schedules 2 and 3, the detail. I move that these are accepted.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. It is fair proportion. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, no speaking. Yeah. All those in favour of the motion? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. I'm just getting told off that I'm trying to go through too fast. Item 15, Chief Officer Structure, a report by the Director. Oh, certainly are speeding through. Right, we'll slow it down a bit. Item 14, to appoint the Chairman and Vice Chairman of committees and subcommittees. A report by the Director responsible for democratic services has been circulated. Is there a mover and a seconder?
Thank you, Chairman. I like to move the above item. It's Schedule 4, which is at the back of your packs, gives a list of the proposed post holders.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to pay tribute to the one retiring member that's there, that's the Vice Chairman of Planning, Helen Powell. She has served for a year with diligence and integrity throughout that year of office. She is carefully prepared for meetings, checking with officers, colleagues, and making sure that she's got her facts and figures correct. And she has referred to planning legislation throughout her responses on planning issues. I feel it's actually important that we think about the proportion of women that we have in these leading roles, because I'm deeply disappointed to have quite a sudden change presented at the last minute, and obviously I, as one of the group leaders, couldn't agree on that. But it does mean that when you look at the proportion of women in the positions of chairman and vice chairman, there are too few. And it's important from the point of view of the outside world that we are actually seen to be welcoming equality and making sure that we give those members all support that's required to make sure that they are able to perform their duty in every possible way, including the point about being chairs and vice chairmen of all of the committees. In summary, it's very important that we have a proper balance, and this is not it. Thank you.
Who wants to make a lady chairman of the pensions committee? Now is her chance.
Thank you. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Item 15, the Chief Officer Structure Delegated Powers. A report by the Director responsible for democratic services has been circulated. Is there a mover and a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This is a technical paper. It's just updating the Constitution in terms of the reduction in number of directors and other issues. There is one minor change, which was just to remove a confusion, but there is no substantial change to what was done before.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor John Hoff.
What this is about the way that the Council is operating in the future in terms of commissioning for Lincolnshire. And I think we have some substantial concerns about the way we currently manage and supervise contracts. We know that we are relatively weak in terms of how we do this at the present. And if we are going to do this in the future better, that's part of presumably the reason behind this. But when you look at it, we are going to have a substantial number of contracts. And I mean, some reference has been made to the contract with CFBT today. We've got problems with other particular contracts. If we're going to go down this route, and to be honest, we don't actually agree with going down the particular route, but we accept that this is what you're going to do. But if we're going to do it, then we're going to have to be much, much better in terms of supervising and making sure that contract compliance is actually properly in place. There has to be not only an executive change and an officer change, there also has to be a scrutiny change. We have to enable scrutiny committees to properly scrutinise and look at contract compliance on a much more detailed and regular basis. At the moment, far too much is shrouded in mystery and suggested that it's confidential, cannot be discussed in public, and so on for contract reasons. Now, clearly there are issues about finance, but from our point of view as a council, what we want to know is if we contract something out to somebody, that they actually carry out that contract in the way that we have asked them to do that. And that means that if you're going to properly scrutinise, there has to be a proper mechanism for doing that. And while the executive may have lots and lots of time on their hands, sitting around not doing anything to be able to do this properly, I would suggest within the council that there is actually a role here for all of us to ensure that these contracts are properly delivered. And I think we need to be looking at how we can strengthen that role to ensure that we get better outcomes from the contracts that we are currently outsourcing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to support what Councillor Hough said, and just in a bit more detail. Martin's got the new responsibility for commissioning, right, that's the executive side of the line. This side of the line, for the vast majority of council members who are scrutiny members, comes the scrutiny role. Overview and scrutiny management, chaired by Pat O'Connor, has got a fundamental responsibility here, but so too as the way that we operate scrutiny in this council. Because at the moment, as I understand it, value for money have a serious responsibility, but it seems as though with now so many contracts that there has got to be some role, some substantial role for individual scrutiny committees, because it is not enough for value for money committee to be sitting there in some sort of way that it's overseeing. This is about the detail. Now, one of the things that commissioning is about is a belief in the private sector. Okay, that we make a view that there should be a mixed economy or a more balance in the relation to the mixed economy. But if we're going to go down a private sector route, then we have to be as businesslike and as tough when it comes to contract failure as the private sector is. And I can't honestly say, in the 4 years that I was chair of the Value for Money Scrutiny Committee and in my other roles, knowing very much about the penalties that we've extracted on failure to comply with a contract. And when I say that, I would just expect to be built in some serious protections for council taxpayers and council services, and particularly for the people who suffer if contracts are not complied with. Now, I think Martin's role is a serious one in terms of commissioning, fittedly for the leader of the council, but I do think that we need to begin discussions from the overview and scrutiny and sub-scrutiny or other scrutiny committees is what's going to be the role for contract compliance, because if we move into this world where virtually everything is out of contract, then we have to be much clearer and precise, A, in contract specification, B, in monitoring, and that involves members, because traditionally this role fits with officers. Okay, and members come into this at a second stage thinking. So members have got to be directly involved in saying this childcare commissioning approach, this adult, particularly adult social care, we look at our standards and CFBT, we look at a whole variety of contracts. We need to know for a start how many contracts have we got. We need to divide them potentially into scrutiny committees, and then those scrutiny committees need to come up with a work programme so that they are looking at each of those contracts regularly and consistently to hold the private sector up to scratch. I think this is an opportunity within the framework that we've got for a much bigger role in scrutiny, and I hope that that's taken on board not only by the council but particularly by the leader.
Thank you, Chairman. The question not only is scrutiny and surveillance, but who's going to pay for the cost of that scrutiny and surveillance. You know, when we look at the contracts that were put out to the private sector by government, and now we know sums of money that have been paid back, one starts to ask the question, how did those vast sums of money accumulate before somebody said, stop? We don't want to be in a position where we have to chase. We want to know that those that have got a contract meet that contract, and if they don't, they know the consequences of failing. Private sector, we know, has had contract compliance for many, many years. They are absolutely tough, the good companies, in making sure that their suppliers meet deadlines, meet quality, and do not overcharge. And in fact, it's not unusual for those contracts to be reduced in value year upon year upon year. Supply to a big company, you are under tremendous pressure, and they exert that pressure and keep the pressure on continually. That's what we must do in respect of contracts that we put out.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a very interesting discussion. Just very, very quickly, following on from what Councillor Parker has said, I have been aware of this myself. Commissioning is a new and very important role, and I think it's very important that we as councillors learn to understand fully what commissioning is, and that might mean that we should be requiring some extra training. You know, do we all know what commissioning is? Do we all know what questions we should be asking? But one thing I would say is that with the Value for Money Committee and the work that we've been doing recently, the questions that we've been asking have been very searching, and a considerable number of very, very tight penalties have been put in place with the contracts that we've been looking at. And in addition to that, that work has been going on for some considerable time. In addition, as well, as a committee, we have in fact got together for an extra cross-party session where we've started to drill down into exactly what you're saying. So I think there is a cross-party awareness, and so on one hand, I'm sort of reassuring that people are aware in that committee that we are asking searching questions, but I do also feel that it is something that we ought to be aware of constantly, and I would perhaps ask for your support in going to Democratic Services with me to ensure that the right training is in place for members. Thank you.
Respond.
Thank you. Just certainly agree with Councillor Brockway's last point. We are indeed planning organising some training for scrutiny members, so when we move into the new world of commissioning, we are well equipped. I partially agree with some of the comments opposite, but it is about the delegation, especially about delegating to officers, and there is no change in that. We seem to have got into a debate, which I don't regret, about commissioning. And I think, with all due respect, I think the Labour speakers were falling into the trap of believing that commissioning equals privatisation. It doesn't. Commissioning is quite simple, really. It's about deciding what the outcomes you want to achieve, and then deciding to pick someone. It doesn't have to be external. Pick someone to deliver those outcomes, and then the most important bit is making sure that whoever you've picked to deliver the chosen outcomes deliver those outcomes. That, in essence, is about commissioning. But I would agree with all the speakers. It will require, I believe, a change in how we scrutinise and how we do things. So officers will need to change the way they actually think about achieving outcomes. And of course, we do need to be clear as a council what those outcomes are, which is the first step. But I think we do need to be better at actually then, once we've chosen whoever it is, externally or internally, to make sure they stick to that. And I know that the new contract with Serco was obviously an example, we hope, where it is pinned down, just as Councillor Jackson said, so we were quite clear, open book accounting. That did go through, I went to the meeting of Value for Money where it was discussed in some detail, and we believe that is the model for the future, whereby the contract is quite detailed and everybody knows if there's a failure, and indeed in the Serco contract, they know if they don't deliver on certain quite detailed criteria, they will be penalised, and they know exactly how much they will be penalised by, and they know if they substantially fail, which I'm confident they won't, what then could happen. So we've gone into some detail, and I think that is a model as what we can do in the future. And I know Councillor Davis is looking at issues with the the external contractors in highways, for example, again, where we can look at detailed performance management information where we can go forward. But it's not about privatisation, but it is a new world, and I think both officers and members will have to adapt. And if there is a need for a change of scrutiny arrangements formally after a year's sort of working through it, we will look at that. But at the moment, we'll stick with the committees we've got and see, and hopefully they will be able to give them the training and the ammunition, if you like, to actually make sure that we do scrutinise. Because although it's me, if you like, and the exec portfolio holders, we all have a role as councillors to make sure that is developed. So I support most of the comments, but it's not about privatisation commissioning.
The vote, those in favour, those against, abstentions. Yeah. Thank you. Item 16, I propose to, yeah, I was just going to say, I propose that we rise at 15:15. Thank you. So item 16, overview of the scrutiny annual report. Do I have a mover and seconder?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to move the overview and scrutiny annual report for 2013-14. The report highlights activity across the scrutiny committees over the last year and look forward to some of the key items of business coming forward in 2014-15. Thank you.
To second, Chair.
Have anybody to speak on it? No. Those in favour and those against? Thank you. Item 17, calendar of the meetings for 2014-15. A report by the Director responsible for Democratic Services has been circulated. Is there a mover and a seconder?
Thank you, Chairman. It has been circulated, so I move.
Mr. Chairman.
Those in favour? Q. And those against? Q. Item 18, the appointment of an independent person. A report by the Director responsible for Democratic Services has been circulated. Do I have a mover and a seconder?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we discussed this at group leaders meeting yesterday. This post is a statutory post we have to have, and it is to replace the person who did it for us previously, who had done a term, and it is best practice to have a bit of a churn. So you'll see that we had hoped to name the person, but we're just going through finalising some details. But there has been an interview, and so far it's looking promising that we can appoint. So what we're asking is Council's permission for group leaders next month to receive a report from the monitoring officer, so we can appoint this person. And basically it's about, in terms of complaints and standards, basically if there is, hopefully rarely, an intractable problem, an outsider can come in and just advise on trying to see a way through.
I second the motion, Chairman.
Those in favour and those against? Okay, carried. Just do item 19, minutes of committees, planning and regulations.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move the meetings of the Planning and Regulation Committee 17th of February, 17th of March, 7th of April be received. There are no recommendations. Everything went smoothly, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move that the minutes of the meetings of the Audit Committee of the 31st of March 2014 be received and no recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. On that, thank you. We'll break for lunch now, and then we'll come back to the motions. Thank you. Quarter past 2. Thank you.
There's no proceeding out, but
I don't know.
Not quite in there. I'll put it up. Have we met, Joe? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dennis. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Well, right. Put that in my briefcase.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you. Yep, we'll proceed. Just before we go to item 20, the motions, just to say for this afternoon's business, after consultation with the group leaders, we have agreed a way forward. Motions 1 and 3 will be subject to one 30-minute debate. Then we will go to motion 4, followed by motion 2, with debates at 20 minutes each. So item 20, from the chair, I move we suspend procedure rule 13.6 in part 4 of the Constitution for item 20 only, to allow motions, any amendments to be moved at the beginning of the debate and for there to be one debate. Have I a seconder?
I'm pleased to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we go to motion 1.
Interesting.
Where do we want to be? Yeah. 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 Right. So can I move that? Thank you. Breathe. Thank you. So is that this way? Do I read that? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Thank you. So we're going now to motion 1. Councillor Payne.
Our county lacks long-term plans to take Lincolnshire forward in the 21st century and drive forward economy. The transport infrastructure, in particular rail and the road network in Lincolnshire, is having a negative impact on businesses, investment, growth and tourism. There is a need to have a longer-term, more ambitious schemes such as upgrading A roads to dual carriageways or triple lane roads to alleviate traffic issues, with central lanes alternating to require traffic flow. North Lincolnshire benefits from its close access to the motorway to its businesses, but unfortunately we are a poor relative on this issue. We need to drastically improve our road network if we want to encourage investment into the county, rather than losing jobs like we're currently doing at the moment on the eastern coast. Our county's roads are and have been drastically underfunded for years. The poor transport network is restricting growth and investment. In fact, there is actually a north-west divide with more deprivation as you go towards Mablethorpe, away from the trunk roads on the western side of the county. Our roads are also in a appalling state, with several back roads suffering from severe deterioration of their structure. Just to fix the state of the pothole-ridden roads would cost 600 million plus, adding 30 million per year to our council tax over the next 20 years. This does not include the cost of improving our roads, infrastructure with dual carriageways, etc. Yet Spain, Italy, Portugal and Ireland, etc. have some fantastic brand new motorways, roads, major tunnels through mountain ranges. Funded, paid by our taxpayers' money, and unfortunately we do not seem to get the same amount of money back in the UK. Like Brunel 175 years ago, we have to understand that by improving our network infrastructure, it will galvanise and invigorate our region. A better connected community will encourage investment, repeat tourism, growth and trade. Our Executive Councillor, Colin Davey, has visions of doubling the tourist income on the East Coast, but without improved links, I think this will be an uphill struggle, if not impossible. On tourism, it is clear that the East Lindsey takes half of the tourist income generated in the county, even with probably the worst road and rail links in the entire country. The biggest contributors are East Lindsey with 496 million, Lincoln City with 152 million, and South Kesteven with 136 million. These figures do not include the extra in retail trade that's associated with these tourist industries. In fact, with Lincolnshire's current transport infrastructure system of today, Butlins would not even be built. And that is a fact. And that is a very worrying issue for the East Coast. We need to address, we need to move forward and not sit where we were 20, 50 years ago. We now have the new Magna Carta exhibition in Lincoln in 2015 with vast improvements to the castle visitor centre. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these 77 councillors to put Lincoln and Lincolnshire on the country's map and actually pull investment and tourism into the area. Unfortunately, we've not got a park and ride system in situ, and the negative effect of this, combined with inefficient parking, could prevent visitors and their friends from returning to visitors. In fact, Lincoln has a very poor ratio of spend per person in the city when you compare it with other capital cities across the country. In business, this would be unthinkable. The Magna Carta exhibition has not just happened, it's just not dropped on our laps. The council's known about this for 5 years, and obviously the attractions have been there for slightly longer. And as an emergency, the city needs a park and ride system for next year. This now might need to be a temporary site, which can also consolidate a much needed coach park that the city is lacking. But if we're going to go ahead with a £60 million RF Scampton project in the future, I do believe we should look at the agricultural centre and land adjacent, so if we're going to spend money, it can be used in 2 or 3 years' time for the county as part of our attraction. Then we look at our poor road and rail network. The worst thing is we only have one train going from Lincoln to London a day, but yet next year we've got 100,000 visitors who want to pull into the capital. How are they going to get there? They've got nowhere to park, want to put adverts in the London tube stations to pull visitors in, but there's not going to be a place for them to go. I've actually had discussions with Hull Trains this week, because unfortunately we've not had it as a council to date, and trying to push this forward, and actually sent an email across to them on this point, and hopefully they'll be back with me shortly next week. It is an important issue. If they divert 2 or 3 of their trains across the freight line, it means we can have probably 3 trips in and out of Lincoln per day for tourists and commuters. But more importantly, it will go to Gainsborough, Lincoln, possibly Sleaford, Spalding and onto King's Cross. And this would not just drive Lincoln forward, it would open the gateway to the East Coast and to tourist trade. And also commuters, obviously, for the new houses we're building around Lincoln. Then we have to come on to the M11 extension up to Lumber Bridge, which is in the actual Department of Transport's 220 plan. Currently, the DFT are producing a uniform set of strategies for the entire network. These will include the possibility of extending the M11 as part of the London to Leeds East region. Our own areas, but look at what we can do for the county and what we can do for business and trade and pull in people. But we need a better infrastructure, which I haven't got at the moment. Can I put forward the motion as stated in writing? Thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to second the motion and reserve the right to speak at the end. Thank you.
Have we a mover and seconder for motion 3?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Whoops. And congratulations on your post, by the way. I put this motion before the council as I consider the subject worthy of debate. Recently, Under Secretary of State for Transport, Stephen Hammond MP, stated that the government are considering part of the funding in 2020 to be used to extend the M11 from Cambridge to Grimsby. This council needs to be active in encouraging the government to invest in the county. We need to be giving out the positive message that Lincolnshire is open for business and would welcome this investment. Firstly, let's just look at what we do have in Lincolnshire. We have the 5th largest highway network of any local authority, covering some 5,500 miles. We have no motorway and just 41 miles of dual carriageway, the majority of which is made up of the A1 and the A46. Sea roads account for 1,800 miles, and unclassified roads actually make up 45% of our road network at some 2,500 miles. A large proportion of the county's strategic road network linking the major towns falls well below current design standards, resulting in extended journey times and safety issues undermining our economy. Should the M11 be built, it would bring a great many benefits to Lincolnshire, not least the financial ones. The whole of the east coast of the county would undoubtedly see a huge increase in revenue, the tourist and haulage industries in particular. It would bring jobs, business growth and much needed investment into the county. The people of Lincolnshire and the business community are greatly disadvantaged, having to use a road network that is not fit for purpose. We see how difficult it is to attract, retain professional personnel that are so important for our future. One of the reasons for this is the isolation of the county and the lack of a decent road network. With careful planning, a direct north-south route on the east side of the country would be absolutely invaluable. How would a motorway improve our road situation? A motorway does not just benefit the area at the end of it. Take the existing M11 London to Cambridge. It has 15 feeder roads onto it, linking towns and districts. This takes a vast amount of traffic, particularly heavy lorries, off of the less suitable roads and out of our towns and villages, improving the quality of life for residents and shoppers alike. We also have to be conscious of an ever-growing population nationally and in Lincolnshire, which means more houses, more people, equates to more vehicles. Now, I fully appreciate it is some 6 years into the future with many ifs and buts, so why do anything now? I'll give you my reason why. Because they have given us the opportunity to respond. If we send out a negative message at the prospect of a vast investment, such as a motorway, it is completely the wrong message. We should be enthusiastic and encouraging. At the same time, use it as an opportunity to open a dialogue for investment in dual parts of our A-road network. These would then act as feeder roads to any future motorway. The people of Lincolnshire would have the advantage of a greatly improved, safer road network whilst the consultation of a motorway was taking place. So finally, Chairman, I ask this chamber to support this motion, and it's for the Council to send a very clear message to Westminster that Lincolnshire would welcome this major investment at this early stage for improving and upgrading our A roads to dual carriageways in preparation for any future motorway. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to second. I'd like to second motion number 3.
Thank you. Now be one debate covering these 2 motions for a 30-minute period. Councillor Robin Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion 1 and motion 3. And it's on your order paper, but with a slight amendment to delete paragraph 1, 2 and 3 and keep the remaining wording as shown below. LCC will address the park and ride situation for Lincoln. We will continue negotiations with Hull Trains for a London to Hull train link. I'll speak a little bit on that now, if I may, Chairman.
Yeah.
We
Second. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
We think the money would be better spent on rail infrastructure and bus infrastructure and highway infrastructure. The M11 to us is an aspiration and it's on a piece of paper. If it is planned for 2020, then they're not going to start planning until 2025. So it is a long time in the future. If we thought for one cotton picking minute that it would be delivered next year, I think everybody in the room would go for it. But it's not. Because in the meantime, we're suffering in Lincolnshire. We've got in the highway network, we've got a lot of single track roads which would benefit from this investment to make them dual carriageways. And that would improve travel times for HGV and visitors to the coast, because the coast, really, we're lucky to have the amount of business we get on the Lincolnshire coast with the shocking highway network we've got at present. So money spent on upgrading that network to dual carriageways would bring immediate benefits, and I think the money would be better spent there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor John Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a bit confusing because we've got on the first motion at least 5 motions there. If we can look at the train link first of all, the problem is of course that you're dealing with a privatised company. You can put any amount of railway tracks down, but if they won't use it, they won't use it. We've heard today about the wonderful improvements at North Hycombe railway station, but the trains still aren't stopping there. Why? Because the East Midland trains don't want to. And how do you influence a privatised company unless you can prove that there's a profit in it? As far as the park and ride is concerned, I seem to remember a few years ago there was a proposal to put a park and ride scheme on West Common, and I think at least 1 or 2 councillors resigned, and there was quite a lot of fury about the need for one. M11, great idea, but I could imagine that there will be a lot of protests from environmentalists and from local people, because I'm not convinced that an M11 up to Grimsby is going to benefit the community that it bypasses. What we need to concentrate on, Mr. Chairman, this is where I agree, is we really have got to look at 3 key roads in Lincolnshire: the A15, the 158, the A17. Between them, they provide most of the movement that we require in the county. We only heard this week on Look North that they're thinking of increasing the speed limits for lorries on the A15 because of the problems of overtaking. The 158 has a few more problems because it does go through a few more communities. But I would argue, if you can dual the Newark to Widmerpool Road, which has made a fantastic difference to anybody who wants to go south, a massive difference. It's speeding up traffic. It's a wonderful road, just as the A46 dual from North Hycombe to Lincoln is a wonderful road in many respects, if you can call roads wonderful. The 158's got more of a problem. But if you've ever got stuck behind a lorry on the A17 going east, you know just how frustrating it is. Now, surely it's far better if government, it's got to be government money, because you can't do this with private sector. You can build relief roads, you can build bypasses, but major roads have got to require major government money. If you're going to have money spent on Lincolnshire, for me, I would far rather it spent on dualling the A15, dualling the A17, and seeing what can be done about the 158, which is, I agree, more of a problem. But I really do think if we're going to get an infrastructure that really works in Lincolnshire, they should be our priorities, not a super highway on the east, which could end up literally going to the Humber estuary and bypassing all the communities in its wake. Plus the fact, not rubbish at all, plus the fact that I can guarantee you now, Swampy or his descendants will descend upon that area in droves, and you will have inspectors and inquiries. That's not rubbish. That's
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, there will be 2 votes at the end of this debate, so in reverse order, I'll deal with the 2 separate motions. I'm afraid I cannot support motion 3, because I do think we need to inject an element of realism into this. The billions of pounds that the M11 extension would cost, is it really credible that money will be coming? I know some people are talking about it in various areas. And I remember when I first came to the council, the Labour council at that time, and Rob Parker rightly said, don't waste money, as they had done in the past, designing lots of schemes to find that they never come to fruition. So at the moment, we do have a credible plan, ambitious plan to actually improve the road work. So if we got even a fraction of the huge amount of money the M11 was to provide, the question, as John Marriott has said, is that the best way of doing it? I also think it's wrong to suddenly announce we're going to do it. There has been no consultation, there's been no technical advice. So I do think you can't just rush off on the basis of somebody's motion to say, right, we're going to do that. If you were going to consider it, you need to substantially consult on it, because I remember from the past, years ago when this was debated, there were as many people against it as for it. So I'm afraid I just cannot support that. When I come to motion 1, I will be supporting, and I think we will be supporting the Labour amendment, because I do think that there are some issues there, and although I could agree with some of the points in the motion, and I ask that I think the Labour motion is a model of how you should perhaps lay it out, because this particular motion is quite difficult. So hopefully people can follow that sort of model in future, where the resolution is at the end and we can do it. So look at it. But again, I would disagree with Councillor Payne. We haven't got a plan. We have got a plan, and we have always been ambitious. And actually, considering we are only 1% of the population, Lincolnshire has been very successful in the past at gaining road schemes. The A16 now from Peterborough to Spalding, all sorts of bypasses. Lincoln, we've just secured Lincoln Eastern bypass, Grantham Southern bypass is on the cards. Various other schemes which have been achieved over the years. So I think it's wrong to say that we haven't got ambition, but I think you need to combine your ambition with realism. And it's all right passing motions which might look good in some area or in some manifesto or something, but I think really we have a duty to be realistic and pragmatic and continue the good work we have done in the past, and make the case to government and others that if we come up with credible plans, we can attract that investment. And we have done that not just with roads, with things like Teal Park, with things like Lincoln Castle, all those sorts of things we've done, and we've done it by being sensible, pragmatic and realistic. And when you talk to people, they say so many councils have these grand plans for these major grand schemes, and business and government and partners get very cynical elsewhere, where the grand plans don't actually have any foundation in reality. The one thing the reputation of county council has got, when we say we're going to do something, we will deliver.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll deal with it very quickly. Martin said most of it, but when I look at the motions, if I was sitting there and judging things, I'd say, well, M11 to Leeds, we built it. It's the A14, the A1M, the A1, the M18. It's there. They're not going to build a motorway to Leeds through Lincolnshire. It ain't going to happen. And do any of you remember what happened at Worthy Down, how long it took even to get the A34 through? And the decades it took to get the M4 through the objections in South Gloucestershire when they wanted to reach the Severn Bridge. It took decades to get that piece built. We have, as I said, got to have realism in them. My only problem, and I've had a word with Jeff Ellis, because I believe that Jeff and I, we've now been informed we're the only two who understand the rail industry. We will open up negotiations with Hull Trains for London to Hull train link. It's there, there's 7 a day each way. Do we not mean, and just to get Councillor Payne right, it is not a freight line. It's an updated line which will take freight. It already has passenger services on it, the joint line. What we're opening up negotiations for, we hope, is for 1 or 2 of those trains to be diverted down the joint line. If we ask for a London to Hull train link, they said we provide it already. It doesn't make sense. So I actually, as they're worded,
Excuse me, Councillor Bruce. Point of information. Can you please sit seated? Unfortunately, I take on point Councillor Bruce's comments 6 weeks ago mentioning this, but when I spoke to Hull Trains this week, they said quite clearly they're actually at the end of the negotiations and timetable for next year. As of this time next week, it will be set in stone, and any phone calls will be too late. So it's up to you. You either do the decision and look at it. It's no good looking at a timetable and not doing any action. Thank you.
Precisely, if you remember what I said in the task group, that most of next year's timetables are almost set in tablets of stone. But that line already carries very poor passenger service, I'll accept. But if, as we are wording that there, it doesn't help Lincolnshire at all, because we haven't mentioned about diverting trains down the joint line at all. And we would be talking, I suspect, I'll agree with Councillor Payne, about 2016 and 17, even if we could get them. But I'll rest it at that. But I cannot support either motion because they don't make sense in rail terms.
Thank you, Chairman. Just speaking on the one line of our amendment, LCC will address the park and ride situation in Lincoln. As you know, last council I asked this question to Councillor Davey. Now, when you actually analyse it, the county council and the county councillors have a role, a clear role, to promote tourism in Lincolnshire, sorry, not Lincoln, Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire does have many, many attractions. A lot of these attractions are not known outside the county. However, two of the main attractions, the castle and the cathedral, are both in Lincoln. Now, to draw people in, you have got to cater for them. Park and Ride will cater for them. They'll come back and they'll go. Just sitting on our behinds and saying, well, we could do this, we might do this, we're not going to do this, ain't good enough. Because those people then will go somewhere else. So obviously I'm supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have a task and finish group under the very able chairmanship of Councillor Webb. We've gone through extensive consultation with probably 50 different people from outside bodies, from Department of Transport, from Network Rail, you name it. We've had meetings on-site and off-site in Skegness, North Lincolnshire. We have a draft report prepared, which is in its final stages, to be presented to the Executive in early June. Virtually all of the proposals in motion number 1 have been copied and pasted from everything we've done in this task and finish group. If the council vote for this motion, we've wasted our time, completely wasted our time. We were sworn to keep confidential the information discussed in the task and finish group, and now it's in the open. It's disgraceful.
Thank you. I will defer to Councillor Brewis on the issues on the rail, and I think the M11 issue has been discussed at length, and I won't kind of dwell on that too much. Just to echo what Councillor Mayer's just said, having been involved on a periphery and under the spotlight in the task and finish group, it was slightly disappointing to see a fairly subjective selection of comments without the background that is in the full report being presented to you this morning. So really motion 1 is very unfortunate, but I would want to correct just a few things that have been said. Firstly, the condition of our roads. With respect to perhaps people on the East Coast who maybe don't find themselves, or West Coast, depending on where you think Mablethorpe is, considering that for those of us that are fortunate or unfortunate to leave the Sceptred Isle on occasion and travel to elsewhere in the country, will realise that our principal road network in particular is not in such poor condition. And I think it's beholden upon me as portfolio holder for potholes and traffic wardens to make sure that members of this chamber know that actually our principal road network is one of the best in the country. In fact, in terms of road condition survey, sits in the top quartile of the road, and that's important, you should know that. Firstly, somebody's mentioned triple roads. Well, for those of you don't know, they're the death trap roads with that middle no man's land where anybody can have a fair crack of getting killed. The Department for Transport specifically won't allow you to build them now because they are ludicrously dangerous. We have some, a standard road is about 7.4 metres wide. A bigger road now, the triple lanes are 10 metres. You'll see them. I think one of the major roads into Spalding is one, as is Bingham Bypass. They actually work well now as dual carriageways, or single carriageways, because you give a bit more space, but they are more expensive. But triple roads are a no-no. You're just not allowed to build them. The M11 isn't in the plan. And in terms of this talk about motorways stimulating the economy, the M11 is a great example. We can think of all those major conurbations halfway along the M11 that have prospered so much from being next to a motorway. No, we can't, because there aren't any. Secondly, if you want to think about how motorways can also fail, let's not forget Grimsby. There's a place that a major motorway goes to, and it's probably one of the most economically disadvantaged places in the country, and certainly in the Midlands at the moment. And finally, I think this idea that we don't have a forward plan. Your deputy, Mr. Chairman, one of the many legacies he left me when I took over this role was a selection and an approach to forward planning that's proved extremely successful. You'll notice that Lincolnshire, and I'm sure members will be aware, is the only highways authority in the country to have received 2 bites of the cherry to spend on pinch point funding. That's because we've always adopted and those of you from Lincolnshire, very pragmatic, a very Lincolnshire like me, way of doing things is you don't talk about blue skies and have lots of dreams about the future, because invariably they don't happen, Mr. Chairman. What we do is a selection of very deliverable plans. We had that for pinch point funding in Lincoln. Lincoln has had one and is in the process of Cannock having another one. And what we're now looking to do is to hit on some of the issues, for example, that Mr. Marriott, Councillor Marriott has talked about around the A17 and the A15, is we are not going to, in my lifetime, have the money to dual carriageway those roads. But what we can do, by strategically bidding for pots of money that enable us to enlarge strategic roundabouts, put in areas of dual carriageway, we can get some of the benefits so that we don't spend quite so much time sat behind cabbage lorries in the summer on the A17 or caravans going over to Butlins on the A158 in the summer. So I think we have got the right approach, and I just want members to be aware that we are looking into the future, but in things that we can do, not things that we just like to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I used to travel extensively when I was in full-time employment. The one thing about travelling in Lincolnshire is that I could say within a certain reasonable amount of time that I could arrive at locations, be it Spalding, Grantham, Stamford, wherever. Okay, I wasn't doing 70 mile an hour, but 50 mile an hour was often suitable for the roads in question, and some of those roads have been improved, and it makes the journey a little shorter. I also extensively had to travel to Nottingham and Derby, where I could spend half an hour waiting to get into Nottingham, waiting to get into Derby, with dual carriageway, motorways, you name it. And in fact, if I was going to Nottingham, I used to come off and go through Southall, Oxton, and the back roads in. Why? Because I knew I wouldn't be sat in a car for half an hour. So there are some advantages with dual carriageways and motorways. There are also big disadvantages. And with industry, it was very interesting. When I was on EMDA, we had a discussion. What was the thing that industry really wanted in respect to transport terms? And it came across very strongly. If it's an hour to the airport or to the docks, it's an hour. That's fine. If we've got that clarity of how much time we can plan. What we can't plan for is an hour journey that's going to take us an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 because of traffic build-up. If we look at the rail system, why is the rail system between Doncaster and Spalding being improved? It's being improved to take the slower traffic off the East Coast Main Line. Now that slower traffic is not passenger transport, it is freight. And we've got estimates at the moment at peak times, 45-minute closure of the crossing at High Street. That's why we're having to address it. So you ask Hull Trains to put a train behind a freight train which will not be able to hit 70 mile an hour, and when Hull Trains can hit the East Coast main lines and do 125 to 140, why do you want to totter behind a freight? And when we look at the structure of the rail system, of course, Spalding was talking about a major food hub distributed to continent and to the UK from a network at Spalding. And of course, we already know that Felixstowe is planning to enhance its rail network so it can go from Felixstowe and that side of the country across to the West Midlands by rail. So I'm for the amendment, but against the motion, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to talk on motion 3 because I feel that motion 1, if I talked on that, it would bring into disrepute my promise not to talk about the task and finish working. So I'm just going to talk about motion 3. I'm a little bit disappointed. I've heard a lot of councillors talking and there's a lot of negativity. And there's a lot of we can't do that, it's impossible, these things are too futuristic, we haven't got the money. Of course we haven't got the money. Lincolnshire County Council can't be expected to do all this on their own. It needs government support. And this is why motion 3 is talking about government funding. And what we're basically saying in this motion, if I read it right, Bob, is that we should welcome any sniff of funding from government, even if it is something that's not going to happen for 30 years. Why are we so negative towards these things? On my second point, railways. I can't talk about railways, unfortunately, like Councillor Brewis, who knows them backwards. But then I've found where I live, I don't need to, because we don't have one. We don't have a railway anywhere near us, really, apart from Skegness, which is a good half an hour to an hour, depending on the season, to get to, along the A52 that wiggles and squirms its way along. And yes, the road is maintained quite well, but that's not my argument. My argument is the roads are too wiggly. It takes ages to get anywhere. It takes half an hour to go 10 miles as a crow would fly from Mablethorpe to Louth. And, you know, it's ridiculous. And people have to go on some of these slow, wiggly back roads to get there. This is the difference between my section of the county and some of the others are talking about. I've heard very strongly about Lincoln only having one connection a day to London, and I quite agree that that is a priority. We ought to be upping that any way we can. However, just remember the people in my side of the county who don't have any railways when you're whinging about railways. I've heard about Nottingham and motorways and dual carriageways and how they don't make any difference to the problems. Just think what it would be like without those motorways and dual carriageways. What if Nottingham had to put up with wiggly little roads? How would they do then? So come on, Council. All we're asking for is a bit more positivity, a bit more long-term thinking, and let's take anything the government gives us. Thank you.
So we'll move to the seconder of motion 1. Yeah.
Okay.
At that. Okay. Yeah. But not in this section. Yeah. Right. We'll still be moving to the seconder of motion 1. Does the seconder? Yeah. Thank you. The seconder of motion 3.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to say I agree to a great extent with the comments that Councillor Palmer made. The problem that the issue that I think we need to consider is that good quality transport links, be they rail or road, are vital to the economy of Lincolnshire and indeed vital to the economy of the UK. I think that's the issue. Lincolnshire is part of the UK. A lot of the business that we do goes outside Lincolnshire, so it's all very well talking about improving the bits of Lincolnshire that we would want to do, and I support those entirely because they are required. But we do need to understand that Lincolnshire has visions outside Lincolnshire county boundary into the rest of the UK. That is where the tourists will be coming from, and that's where a lot of the industry is based. It's no point in really having a park and ride system in Lincolnshire, in Lincoln itself, if nobody can actually get to the park to ride on the buses to go to the very important events that are taking place, and they have to get to Lincoln to do that, and that means in many cases they have to come out of Lincolnshire to do that as well. So good quality links that come into Lincolnshire, indeed go through Lincolnshire are quite important. One of the reasons why the avoiding line has been upgraded is as was mentioned by one of the Labour colleagues, I think, that there is severe capacity problems on the East Coast Main Line. And they have to move some of the traffic off the East Coast Main Line onto the avoiding line to actually make the East Coast Main Line provide the opportunities for travel that it's meant to do, and indeed will continue to do so in the future as well, because traffic is growing, the number of passengers is growing, and that requires new capacity. It's all very well saying that there is a route from Nottingham to Leeds on the M1 or whatever motorways, but the Department of Transport at least recognises, if Councillor Brewis doesn't, that we need new capacity, not just the existing capacity, if we're going to maintain the situation that the UK should have in terms of growing its economy, and indeed, you know, looking to Europe in terms of growing its economy into areas like that. So it is vitally important, I think, that we look at a combination of measures which takes perhaps what is on offer by the Department of Transport in terms of improving capacity that is beneficial to the UK as a whole, as well as the county. But I think the view that Councillor Palmer was putting forward is use that as a basis then to say, well, if you do that, this is what we need to do then to make Lincolnshire operate properly, and this is where we need investment and to go with that. So you use it as a way of actually pushing forward the proposals that are important to this county council and the county as a whole to get the extra investment, rather than just saying we don't want that, we just want a bit of money to do a few pinch points here and there. That's my view.
Thank you. Proposer of motion 1.
I've took on board Labour's amendment. Unfortunately, it does not, I think, actually cover the issues at hand. And it's very parochial because obviously most of the councillors actually live in Lincoln, so I think their deal just deals with Lincoln and not Lincolnshire as a whole. Labour, thank you. And my motion is literally about driving Lincolnshire forward and getting investment and jobs much needed in the area that we haven't got at the moment. They're actually slipping to other areas. Thank you, Chairman. Well, obviously, I've listened to the debate, and I must say I'm quite disappointed with the negative attitude that has come from Executive Councillor, and I wasn't actually asking the county to go out and build this motorway, and I do know that it's something that may not happen for many a day, but it actually isn't going to cost us anything at this moment in time. I'm just asking for a total change of attitude. Why can't we actually go out there and say, okay, we welcome this proposal that you're considering putting it into the funding. We welcome the fact that they are actually doing a recognition of what would happen should this motorway be built. But use it at a time, as we said, we desperately need these main roads in this county upgrading, and certainly dual carriageways would help business and would help everybody, and it would be a far safer mode of transport for everyone to get around. But I don't feel that we're going to get a great deal of assistance and help from the government if we have a negative attitude when they come out with a proposal, be it something that may not happen for 20 years. But, you know, what is the harm in saying to them, okay guys, thank you very much, we would really welcome that, but in the meantime, could you help us out with a bit of dual carriageway on the A17? I mean, I haven't put this motion in purely for the sake of it. I mean, we did have a question in the last council, and in response to the reply I got from that question, I had a lot of residents in Boston. I also had businesses and borough councillors write to me and email me and say, what's the matter with county council? Why aren't they actually out there encouraging the government to invest in the county? Because as we know, Boston's growth is limited because it's mainly based in agriculture. We need to diversify in business terms in Boston, and the only way we can do that is to build a different road network to come into the town. This is what's stopping business growth. So we can't actually grow a local economy in Boston at all because we can't diverse into a wider spectrum of business because we are so related around the agricultural industry, which we know is very important. But when it comes to revenue into the borough, it doesn't actually put a vast amount of revenue in because a lot of the buildings, etc., are not rateable. So we do need a change of attitude all round, and let's be positive and let's try and get something going for Lincolnshire, even if it's not in my lifetime. Thank you.
we'll go to the vote on the amendment put forward by Councillor Renshaw. Those in favour? And those against? Right. Yeah. So that becomes the substantive motion. 1. So vote on the substantive motion. 1. Okay. And those against? That's carried. Yeah. And yeah. Now we'll go to motion 3. Those in favour? And those against? Yeah. So that's lost. Thank you. We'll, yeah. They, at the moment, I don't believe they can open the windows anymore. If anybody wants to take their jacket off, please do so. I've now agreed motion 4 can be debated, and that will be for 20 minutes. Councillor Parker.
Two amendments that we've won. I'm going for a hat trick. Okay, park and ride. I want to begin by just saying something basic. You know, park and ride is a simple idea. In our case, in relation to Lincoln Park and Ride, it's about people who visit Lincoln, and the point being, whether they're commuters or shoppers or tourists or on business, simply park on the outskirts, get on a bus and complete their journey that way. We know it reduces traffic flows, we know it improves parking, we know there are environmental benefits, and most of all, perhaps in the context of the amendment, it brings jobs and prosperity and growth. Okay, it's not a new idea. Part of the amendment refers to the provision of an east-west link, successful implementation of park and ride. Here is a 1997-98 transport policy programme, Richard, in which you'll see quite some substantial detail about park and ride on 3 sites, just as we've been talking about ever since 1997-98. Okay, I think that we need to make a big difference, a distinction, an important distinction between different forms of park and ride. We are not recommending, and we haven't been recommending for some time, a fully blown park and ride scheme, you know, costing £10 million, 3 sites, major investment. That's not the point of this motion. Just like you, Richard, we're not into blue sky thinking. What we're saying is that it's about getting a park and ride facility in place for June next year, maybe as part of, but not necessarily so, as part of a move towards something after 2017-18 that deals with the here and now. We know there are going to be extra visitor numbers. We know that, and I'll come on to that in a minute. A, because we've invested council taxpayers' money to the tune, ordinary taxpayers' money to the tune of 22 million in Lincoln Castle revealed, and we happen to be having, at the same time, 800th anniversary of the sealing of the Magna Carta. Now, we know that they will bring benefits. You know, that first of all, we have to meet the parking needs of extra visitors. We need to stimulate growth and jobs, and that's a major feature of the motion. It sets out how many extra jobs, between 600 and 1,000. It talks about the extra increase in the economy, and we need to protect local communities as well. One of the points I'll be making is that there is not enough parking spaces in uphill Lincoln to deal with some of the major opportunities that we'll have when people are visiting Lincoln because of Castle Revealed, together with the Magna Carta, together with other attractions. There are plenty of things going on in uphill Lincoln, as you'll hear from Councillor Renshaw. Things like the opportunities twice a year for bridal fairs. We have steampunk, etc. There's plenty of times when Lincoln is pretty crowded anyway. I just want to go on to make a couple of points about what we've got so far by way of information. There's a Lincoln Castle Reveal assessment of demand for parking, and I do want to make a point about this because it was produced on the 26th of February, which is now, what, I don't know, 2.5 months ago, and it's still in draft form, and I've misunderstood a point because I was given information. The findings have not yet been verified or agreed as being accurate. I asked the question why 10 weeks afterwards, but what it says, the raw figures suggest that there will be a major need for extra parking spaces at certain key times, and those key times actually, in terms of the need for extra parking, run from April to October. Okay, now that's 6 months of the year. There is parking available in the rest of Lincoln, but I would just challenge and ask, you know, each of us to think that if we have driven our car, okay, into Lincoln and find uphill closed, as it were, because there are no parking spaces available in parking spaces already there, are we going to be happy to go down into Lincoln to find a parking space, only have to walk up one of the steepest hills in Lincolnshire in order to make a visit to our major attractions? I think the answer to that is no. Now, what do we think? Do we want to think about I say what do we think because we have to separate out the difference between the parking for people coming into work when it's the heaviest period. Lincoln probably has 4 or 5 major roads which are pretty busy between 7:30 and 9:30. We are not talking about meeting those needs. We are talking about meeting the needs of off-peak parkers, as it were, to use my name. But never mind. What we're trying to say is that people come from outside of Lincolnshire, maybe into the East Midlands, and wanting to visit our city. We won't have to use clogged up roads because the opportunities are there to use roads that will take people from a location on the typically the A46 straight to the uphill area, drop them off. Now, we have been advised by colleagues in highways that this is achievable at a cost that's in the motion. Now, that is the express intention of this motion that we're bringing forward. It can't be said that we've actually sprung this as a surprise in relation to previous motions that have come to this meeting today. We put budgets forward as the Alternative Labour Group budgets in 2012, 2013, 2014. I've asked questions of Councillor Webb when he was portfolio for highways, asked questions of Richard Davis and Colin Davey in economic regeneration. I do hope, my final point, is that the economic benefits of park and ride in relation to making the maximum use of the opportunities presented to us by the Castle Revealed and the Magna Carta are there to be grasped. If we don't do that, I don't think that we are going to be looked on very favourably. That's why I'm moving this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to second the motion on behalf of the Lincoln residents and future visitors to Lincoln. When the Lincoln Castle Reveal and the 800th anniversary of the sealing of the Magna Carta exhibition is open to the public in June 2015, the extra large numbers of expected visitors will grind Lincoln to a halt if nowhere is found for them to park their cars and the coaches. Relatively small events, and it's an area that I live in and I know about it, like a wedding fair in the Bailgate or the Battle of Britain memorial service at the Cathedral, that grinds Lincoln, North Lincoln, to a standstill. So, surely, a large number influx of visitors driving round and round to find a parking place will have a detrimental effect on the health and well-being of Lincoln residents. We want a good visitor experience to the city in the hope that they will then go on to visit some of the other brilliant places in this great county of ours. For example, Woodhall Spa, the Wolds, which we've already heard about this morning, Burley House and Stamford, Boston Stump and the Pilgrim Fathers Memorial, or the Battle of Britain Memorial flight at Coningsby. These are wonderful places that half the country doesn't even know exist. We need to be getting on and explaining to them that these places are there to visit. The amount of extra funding required to develop a park and ride scheme would be added value investment to build on Lincolnshire's tourism potential. In terms of the total cost of the Castle project, £22 million, I believe that this would be value for money. Thank you.
Davis, did you want to speak?
Yes. Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think we would all agree that parking is an issue for Lincoln. There's no doubting that next year parking is going to be more of an issue for Lincoln. But as is often the case with knee-jerk reactions to most things, and never less than in politics, what... Sorry, was that a point of order?
No, it's just being patronised.
Oh, okay. I'm used to being patronised, it's okay. Maybe because I'm not very bright. Mr. Chairman, the point is there is a parking problem. There is a parking problem now, there is going to be a parking problem next year, and undoubtedly there will be a parking problem for years to come. The issue is, how do we deal with that? Now, do we look around the country, see what other places have done after very careful business cases, after very detailed business work, and very, frankly, expensive integrations, build something on the back of 3 or 4 lines on a piece of paper? No, what we don't, Mr. Chairman. What we need to do is to develop a strategy that's going to solve the problem, not just build something because there are elections coming up and it makes people feel good about themselves. What we need is to deliver something that's going to make the visitor experience into Lincoln work. Now, Lincoln for many years under previous authorities has languished as not having the kind of infrastructure development it should have done. The next 12 to 18 months is going to see 100, 140, 150 million pounds worth of road infrastructure. Now, if anybody can seriously look me in the eye and say they know in 2 years' time how people will get into the city, how they're going to move around, when we are doubling the ring road, for want of a better phrase, in the city, then they are frankly mad. They don't know what's going to happen. Now, what we do know about Park and Ride is not only has it claimed, and I believe, although I'm begged to be corrected, claimed scalps on the other benches in the past through mismanagement. And in fact, talking to senior members of the City Council, it would appear in the past a wrongly knee-jerk brought-in Park and Ride scheme nearly bankrupted the City Authority. Now, is what Councillor Parker is suggesting that we should do the same here? We should arbitrarily spend money based on something we don't know is going to work? No, I don't believe he's doing so. That's just how it sounds. What we need to do is develop a parking strategy that is going to bring real benefit. We all know that if you come into Lincoln or into any city and just end up in traffic, being that on a coach or in your own car, you're not going to be impressed. So solely delivering a coach park on an area of the city that may not be the right area of the city, and then putting people on coaches to sit in the same traffic they'd be sat in otherwise, is foolhardy. And what it will do is it will generate a massive reoccurring revenue bill that we're not in a position to fill. Unless, of course, the Labour Lincoln Club are suggesting that other areas of Lincolnshire should miss out in order that they can benefit in their upcoming elections. So, to this end, I would like to make some amendments. I will read it for the benefit of fellow members, unless you all have a copy. I propose to delete paragraphs A, B of the original motion and amend the remainder to read as follows. The Council resolves to note that the provision of an east-west link and an eastern bypass are integral to the successful implementation of a Lincoln Park and Ride funding, and plans are in place to deliver the road schemes by 2017-2018. B, to recommend to the Executive that it works with partners to ensure that there will be appropriate parking arrangements for next year's Magna Carta celebrations, and that the required funding will be made available to provide such facilities. And C, to request that the Executive considers further developments towards the long-term investment for Park and Ride as envisaged in the approved Greater Lincoln Transport Strategy. That is my amendment.
I'd like to second that amendment, and just to add that I fully support what Councillor Davies has said, that we do need to make sure it is part of our Greater Lincoln Transport Strategy, and Councillor Webb many times has explained to the previous council why, unless you have the appropriate bus lanes or means of getting buses quickly into the area we want to support, Park and Ride will not be successful. And I think Councillor Parker was right to differentiate with two issues, one about the commuting Park and Ride, if you people going to work, and the other issue about the tourism Park and Ride. And I think it's why Councillor Davies has amended Councillor Parker's amendment motion is the fact that we are working to try to ensure that when visitors, hopefully in their thousands, come to Lincoln next year, they will have a good experience. I could point out that actually car parking is the responsibility of the City Council of Lincoln, I won't be mean-minded like that. All I will say is that we are working with all the partners to make sure that when people come, they get here and they get to the right place. There is an issue about, you know, a debate to be had. If you come in your family car to visit a tourist centre in anywhere in the country, you've got to make sure you have a good experience and try and get to as near to the facility you're trying to visit as possible. So we do recognise that something certainly needs to be done for next year. We are working on that, and we will ensure that, talking to the various partners, that does happen. But then the other issue, and I've always been firmly of the belief that when the Eastern Bypass and the East-West Link are completed, then will be the time to put in a permanent scheme which hopefully will work. Nice to have millions and millions of pounds to spend on things all over the place, but I think what's been proposed here is sensible and tries to build on the work that's already been done.
So if, yep.
I have a point of clarification, please.
Yes.
Thank you. If I can ask the Chief Executive, because I'm a very confused councillor at the moment. We just voted on Motion 1, which was amended very cleverly by the Labour Party and supported by my friends on the left and voted through, that we address the park and ride situation for Lincoln. And now we're debating a very similar thing again. And I'm really confused why we're debating the same thing again.
Chairman, I believe you're debating it because the motions have been submitted. Efforts were made during the group leaders meeting and since to try to rationalise the various suggestions in 4 motions altogether, some of which overlap, some of which were contradictory, to try to get to something that which was as clear as it could possibly be. And what we have is as far as, towards that compromise as could be arrived at. It is the case that the last motion did refer to park and ride. It was a small part of a much more substantial motion. You are now having the opportunity to debate it further. If you do wish to avoid clashes like this in the past, then I think it does behove on all of the group leaders to resolve a set of motions which are coherent in the context of the meeting which is taking place. I don't think they're as coherent as they could have been, but time ran out in the negotiations to make them so. So we are where we are. You're not contradicting your constitution, which does not permit you to repeat debates within 6 months of a substantive motion being agreed, because they are different. But it's not as perfect a situation as it should be, but you are where you are.
Councillor, Mr. Overton. Yep.
But just a point of order. We only have the piece of the amendment on one piece of paper, and there are a number of us here, 2 pieces of paper. And I understood that it was going to be that the amendments were always put in print. Has there been a change of rule, or can we have some more copies? Thank you.
Out by Democratic Services on every seat. Councillor Mrs. Talbot.
I'm really sorry to have to do this, Chairman, but I have in front of me, on the order of proceedings, as printed on page 12, 1 Labour resolution. I then have in front of me an altered resolution by Councillor Parker, motion, to the one as printed on page 12. Am I assuming that now I've got a Labour motion that's been amended? I've got loads of bits of paper here. There's no clarity in any of this. I understand totally, Chairman, the amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Davey and seconded by the leader, but I also have 2 Labour motions, the one printed in the order of proceedings and another one which is totally different. Can I have some clarification as to which is the correct Labour motion? Okay, whose is that one?
Order, please.
Chairman, with some trepidation, with some trepidation, I will endeavour to clarify that. I think Nigel's trying to clarify it with Councillor Mr Talbot directly, and if you're clear, I'll sit down, Councillor Mr Talbot. Okay. Well,
with a yellow mark on 2018. You've got one as well, Councillor Brooks.
Chairman, if
they are totally different.
Okay. Chairman, whilst...
Thank you. Thank you.
Chairman, whilst this is all very diverting, the debate which you're engaged in is the one that Councillor Parker proposed. That is the motion. Whatever any piece of paper you may have, and I don't know its provenance, may say, Councillor Parker moved a motion, and I was clear what it was. It may be that for everyone's clarity we ask him just to repeat what the motion is. Well, fine. Okay, or point to where it is, that's fine, because clearly we have some confusion. That is the motion which you are discussing, and I suggest you see it through to a conclusion. If at the end of that we still have a problem, then I think we should resolve it then. Because I think we try to resolve it in the midst of a debate, we're going to get ourselves even more confused. So we have a motion which has been proposed. We're clear where it is. It's the one in the order of proceedings, page 11, and I suggest you proceed with the determination of that motion.
Thank you. We need the amendment seconding. You were just doing it. Yep. Okay. Do we now?
Yeah.
Speakers. Yeah. Councillor Neil Murray.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to correct a mistake by Councillor Hill, Lincoln City Council don't have a monopoly on car parking, Councillor Hill. NCP have a very significant stake in Lincoln, and there are also a number of smaller car parking operators, so it's not just the City Council. I'm speaking in favour of motion 4, and speaking on behalf of a number of businesses in the Lincoln area who've talked to me about the obvious problems that we're going to have next year in terms of parking in the historic core. As Councillor Davis said earlier, Mr Chairman, there's a huge number of highway schemes starting up more or less the same time, which is great news for Lincoln and Lincolnshire, but it will lead to quite significant disruption. So obviously that disruption won't be helpful in terms of when the Castle Reveal project's finished, which we're all looking forward to. But it just means, Mr Chairman, it's more important than ever that the Highway Authority, which is us, make sure there is significant increases in the amount of parking available for the historic core of Lincoln, because that's where most of the new people want to go. And the only way to do it, and I do know a little bit about Lincoln, Mr Chairman. I've lived here for 40 odd years. I've been a councillor across the road for 31 years, and I'm convinced that the best place for parking ride initially is certainly on the western side of Lincoln. So I hope that we do take this seriously, because I would hate it if when the castle's fully operational and we get all those new people visiting our city and our county, if we become a laughing stock because there's nowhere to park.
For information, should Councillor Murray declare an interest? Because if he's referring to land which the City of Lincoln Council own, he should be making us aware of that fact.
I talk? No, I said the west of Lincoln, I didn't say which bit of land. So, well, that's my belief. I mean, you know, you were saying where should it be?
Thank you. If you could just continue
I am, Mr. Chairman. You were asking, Councillor Davis said, where should it be? Well, for me, it's obvious, somewhere on the western side of Lincoln, because if you want to get to a historic core, the best way to do it, and the least busy way to do it, is from that side of the city. So let's not be a laughing stock. Let's provide the parking spaces we need so that people can enjoy our city and our county.
As many will be able to speak as possible, and so if you could keep your responses brief. Thank you. Councillor John Hough.
Just first of all, the point you were making, Councillor Hill, about the City Council owning some land that we could use, the point is that the City Council has offered it to us for nothing, and it seems to me that is a very generous offer for us to be able to use that for park and ride. Councillor Palmer's point, I mean, basically what this motion... Well, I'm not aware, that's what I've been told.
Wrong. You're wrong, John.
Okay, well, they've certainly been willing to do it, if you're willing to join in with them. The point Councillor Palmer made, this is setting out the detail. Having agreed that we should have a park and ride, this is setting out the detail. Councillor Davis, I just don't think you have a clue about what we're talking about. What we're talking about is next year. That's what we're talking about. And the reason why we don't have all the detail, despite this having been drawn up by your officers in February, is that I understand that we still haven't agreed with the cathedral, with the city, or the university about what we're seeking to do. We haven't yet agreed a list of the events that are going to take place next year. We do not know the details about a common marketing strategy for it. We do not have agreement over about the logistics. We do not have the coordination for the major events that are going to take place, and there's no agreement on finance. Now, we've only got a year to go. This is crazy. We've put in 22 million into this castle. We've got the Magna Carta there. What on earth are we doing, arguing about one part of that thing, rather than going full steam ahead to make sure it is a success? If we don't do it, we're in real trouble.
Thank you. Marianne Overton.
Chairman, I would like to support the park and ride. We've discussed it over a long period of time, and I do take the point that the urgency is now upon us. I was disappointed that we didn't get full support for getting more money into the county, more external investment as every possible piece we could get to open doorways to discuss better roads throughout the county. But I was very interested to hear the portfolio holder suggest, if I understood correctly in the quick wording that was, something like 100 or 150 million coming towards investment in our roads, which sounds like a very welcome addition. I would like to point out that
Lincoln Eastern Bypass, the East-West Link, and the pinch point money is roughly about 150 million.
Right. Thank you. Just for a moment, I thought it was to actually improve the quality of our roads, which has been pointed out, of all of them, which has been pointed out is actually substandard over the many roads that we have. But I do appreciate the investment all the same. Taking up the point about the park and ride, it is going to be very important. We do need to get to Lincoln, and we will need to have people, they will need to park clearly, and it would be very nice to see it brought forward. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. As most people realise who's been on the Economic Scrutiny Committee, I have actually pushed this forward, as has Councillor Parker and Councillor Ellis. It is a very important fact. Next year we've got a major function happening. And if people travel 2-3 hours to Lincoln to be in a traffic jam and not to find parking spaces, it's not just them that won't come back, it's their friends, it's their neighbours. They will tell everybody for years, don't go to Lincoln, it's a nightmare, you can't get parked, when you get there it's expensive, and if they have to walk up there, well, forget it. We have to address the situation. The county council's put a lot of millions of pounds in this project and want to drive it forward, not as a one-stop, as opening their whole county up for residents, for people to come from across the country to visit the county. We need to address this. And I'm the, I must be one of the worst people if I go 3 or 4 hours and you can't get parked to a function and have to sit in a traffic jam and can't find a car park. It's ridiculous. It's not as though we've not known this is going off. I've actually raised this at the Scrutiny Committee. We've known about it. This should be addressed. I do take forward Councillor Davis' issue that a permanent one probably in the future, but unfortunately the future's too late for next year because then people will not come back. And also it's affecting us currently because our spend per head, as I've previously stated, is not good. People, I think it's £20-ish, £22 per head in Lincoln, where in a lot of cities you're talking £50-60 per head spend the people. Well, it's obvious. If you can't get parked or your car parking ticket's running out, it doesn't encourage you to stay, have a meal, go to an extra shop and spend the money. So we lose out quite substantially. We have obviously got places. I do appreciate that Councillor Davis is trying to extend parking spaces in current car parks around the city, but if somebody coming from 3-4 hours away isn't going to walk up the hill from down the bottom.
But I'm not trying to extend parking spaces. The County Council does not have any car parks. They're run, as Councillor Hill made very clear earlier on, they're entirely run by the City Council. We have no control over the City Council's car parks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Davis. But obviously my point is, it is our County Council's money that's gone into the project, and otherwise we wasted it. It's just a total waste of opportunity. So we've got 60 million probably 5 years down the line in RF Scampton. Let's look what we can do there. If we can do a temporary base there to actually bypass the situation for next year, then look at developing that so the money's not wasted. It actually goes towards the RF project and Heritage Centre 2 or 3 years down the line. But we need to address this, and it's no good leaving it till later on in the year. We need to address it now, otherwise we miss the opportunity. If these people come and don't have a good experience from leaving home to going to the castle, looking around the cathedral area, they aren't going to come back, and we need to address that. Thank you.
Add too much, Chairman, but I'm getting fed up with City Council and representatives who sit on the City Council pretending they have nothing to do with parking. That is a City of Council responsibility. What have you done, Councillor Murray, about this problem? You've done nothing. So what's happening is I resent the fact that the Labour group come along expecting the County Council to solve all their problems. The amendment to the motion is quite clear, and it says we are going to make sure that we have people have a good experience next year. But I thought he's going to say something, is he? All right.
Right, point of clarification. What I said was the City Council don't have a monopoly on car parking in Lincoln. It's an activity that they carry out. There are a number of operators in Lincoln, most notably NCP, they're the biggest, and then some much smaller ones as well. It's not a statutory function of the City of Lincoln Council, so get it right.
In my original speech, Chairman, I said the responsibility, and then that was turned around saying the City Council, one of the few functions they have left now is to make sure car parking. I won't comment on the charges that are put on the City Council. I won't comment about the lawn, which frankly is not going to be a great advert for our great city next year. What I will say, we will sort this problem out, but we will be coming to the City Council and others to have a joint solution. So I think that's the thing. I think Councillor Davis's amendment is perfect in that we acknowledge there's an issue which will be sorted out so that people have a good experience next year. So I hope that people will support the motion, because what I've heard today in terms of debate, there's nothing to stop people doing that.
Parker.
Okay.
Chairman, are you winding the debate up?
Yes.
Right. We're out of time. Okay, so fine. Start off with the first thing that Richard said, and I just want to say a word or two about that. The reason that I responded perhaps more robustly than I ought to have done, Richard, is because you said a knee-jerk reaction on our part. I explained that we've been putting in motions for the last 3 years to spend money on Park and Ride. We have put 3 questions in the past, and part of the motion that was created was with the help of Highways colleagues to say put down something that would be seen as clearly achievable within the time frame. So I do not find some sympathy with your suggestion of a knee-jerk reaction, but just to, in a sense, try to build some bridges. You said that people do not want to sit on coaches, sit in traffic and go nowhere. If we could agree to meet on the western side of Lincoln at 9:30 one morning, I will drive you from the western side of Lincoln to the historic quarter in probably between 5 and 10 minutes. And I wouldn't mind, and it's not a challenge, it's an offer, because I just want to explain that the roads on the western side of Lincoln are perfectly capable of delivering by coach or bus quick, efficient transport from the western side of Lincoln to the historic quarter. We all want to maximise the visitor experience, and I feel at some stages we forgot about that. I mean, I don't know if there are any other people on the list to speak.
Yes.
Right, because the one thing that I've noticed is this has become a highways issue, okay, not an economic development or culture issue. And I'd like to think, although we'd probably not know about it, Councillor Nick Worth, responsibility for culture, Councillor Colin Davey, responsibility for economic development, didn't join in this debate. And I want to shift it away from the idea of a roads, roads, roads approach, which we're never going to win in Lincolnshire, because it's about black stuff. And I'm not going to win that argument, but I thought we might have a better chance when it came to jobs and prosperity and making sure that visitors come to Lincoln in order for us to be able to deliver in a year the best part of £50 million extra revenue that will contribute to 600 to 1,000 extra jobs. This isn't, I don't see it, for the sake of, I know we are always short of money, £1.5 million capital expend and £500,000 revenue has the capacity to deliver a lot of jobs. And I would have loved to have heard people talking up the idea of the opportunities that brings to the people that are not working in Lincoln, the young people that are not working in and around the Lincoln area, the spin-offs it's going to have because people like the Lincoln area and then go on to, as Judy said, to places like Boston and Woodall Spa and the coast. Why couldn't we make this an economic development opportunity and a cultural opportunity? And it wasn't just the two people that I've spoken about. Nobody actually wanted to join in this culture debate or economic development debate. We got back down to parking and car parking and moving people about. But they're only a vehicle towards the good things that could happen, the really good things that could happen. We don't want to be criticised for not having an efficient parking. Okay, but one thing we have to remember, park and ride in the castle are big, big good things.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? And those against? The amendment is carried. Yeah. So it becomes a substantive motion. And those in favour? And those against? So that's carried. And then, do we go on the original? No, that's fine. Thank you. So finally, Councillor Jones, your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very conscious of the fact that this is without doubt the graveyard slot, so I will be brief for everybody's benefit after that. I'll just wait while the shuffling continues, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I'm just conscious that the clock is not stopped. Is that, oh, it is now. When I proposed this motion, I did get a few members question why. Okay. When I proposed this motion, a few members questioned why, as a council, we would concern ourselves with affairs of Scotland and its relevance to Lincolnshire, which highlighted to me the very need why we needed to do just that. On the 18th of September, the residents of Scotland, and I use that word very carefully, get to decide not just on the future of Scotland, but whether our United Kingdom will continue to exist. Scotland are proposing an independent country, which is their right to vote on that date. They are looking for a different immigration policy. That will inevitably lead to border controls. You can't possibly have two countries with different immigration policy and have an open and free border. It will lead to a different currency. it will lead to trade barriers for Lincolnshire businesses and businesses throughout the country. The vast majority of our food industry does good business with Scotland, and that will undoubtedly be affected. You look at the wider economic issues that we will face, the difficulties that every citizen in our country, of England, as well as across the wider area of the United Kingdom will face. Whether you agree with it or not, we have a nuclear deterrent. It will cost some 40 to 60 billion pounds to move it, and that is assuming that you can find a coastline suitable for it, which doesn't look very likely at the moment. The only people that are going to be footing the bill for these kind of large movements are the residents of the United Kingdom, and that obviously clearly affects the people of Lincolnshire too. We have a responsibility to support the main parties of this country in trying to keep that union together. We're all members of the United Kingdom, and I think it's absolutely vital that as representatives of large numbers of those people, we speak up with one clear voice, and not as party political people, but as members of a council together, and say that we are better off as the United Kingdom. There's no benefit financially, there's no benefit economically in breaking that up. And all I really want to do is to be able to say to the people who represent those that will have that vote, that this matters to us. It matters to the residents of Lincolnshire, it matters to the residents of the United Kingdom as a whole. It's as simple as that. It's not about one party or another. There seems to be a pretty united approach nationally to this, and I think it's important that at every level we're saying to the people who will get the vote in Scotland that this matters for all of us, and we want them to stay as part of the United Kingdom, and that we want the United Kingdom to exist.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. I agree with everything that Mark has said. I should be seconding this motion. I just want to put a slightly different, fairly brief, you'll be pleased to know, slant on it. We think these countries have been together, the UK has been together since 1707. It was actually 1603 when James VI of Scotland became James I of England. So we had a long engagement of 14 years before we finally tied the knot. A bit like South Holland and East Lindsey, but oh no, then we went off and married Breckland. But anyway, in that time, we've had things like Wellington, the Industrial Revolution, Nelson, we built railways, Brunel, Stevenson, and 2 world wars. And when I was at primary school, if you spun the globe round, I'm sure probably they would now be most inappropriate to have one in here, it looked vaguely pink. We'd had a major effect together on the world. It was also an age of personal responsibility, and what bothers me today is always becoming an age of passing the buck and no one takes responsibility for their, especially nationally, for the dreadful decisions they make. I'm terribly proud of this, and I'm also proud of, and I don't look at the picture when I look at my passport. I can assure all of you there's never any danger of me ever taking a selfie. But I do look at this, and it says that I'm a citizen of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I'm not Welsh, Channel Islands, Manx, Scottish. I might possibly be born in Somerset, Wiltshire. I'm probably now regarded as Lincolnshire more than anything. I'm also a citizen of the Ison Britannian Yapohois Ilenin Urdis Tunat Kuningas Kunta. That's just telling you what it is in Finnish. And I'll finish off with a short story. When I was a student at Durham University, part of my course was to spend 3 months in France. And I chose Grenoble. And one day I went to Geneva, and we were waiting because obviously there was a passport control at Geneva station to go back into France. There was a long queue, and a little chap in Swiss railway uniform walked along, and I was way back behind all these different people, and said, Royaume-Uni, United Kingdom. I said, oui. He took me out, he took me to the front and took me straight through, and I had to say, why? Pourquoi? He said, deux guerres, merci beaucoup. 2 wars, you helped us. Thank you very much. We did that together.
Thank you, Chairman. I got in early because I wasn't allowed to speak in the last one, when I would have reminded members that not everybody lives in Lincoln. I feel this is inappropriate for this council to be discussing. It is essentially a party political matter, I consider. I'm not going to say what my personal opinion is at this point, but I am British, I am a hybrid, I'm mongrel, and I'm quite proud to be British, but I don't think this council chamber is where we should be debating this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to start by referring to Councillor Bruce's last remark. I've just spent 3 days looking at the battlefields of the Somme last week, is why my ankle's playing up. And one of the things you notice if you've ever been there is not only the cemeteries, not only the memorials, but also the number of Scotsmen who died, and Irish and Welsh, fighting for what was then king and country. Now, I think we have a long heritage of friendship with all of these smaller countries that make up our nation. I think the Scots, in some ways, have been very badly treated over the years. We think of the 2 Jacobite rebellions, we think of Glencoe, we think of other aspects as well, the Highland clearances, for example. No wonder they don't like the English so much. What I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, there are 2 issues which are going to confront us in the next few years. One is, coming up in September, what if the Scots vote yes, or what's worse, what if the no vote only wins by a few percentage, because it'll come back? I just wish they'd have put Devo Max on the ballot paper, because I think that's what most Scots and most English want. However, the other issue, of course, is Europe. Now, it's interesting, isn't it? We've tried bombarding the Scots with statistics. Mark's mentioned Faz Lane, he's mentioned the nuclear deterrent. We've tried the same with Nigel Farage. You know, the economic argument for staying in Europe, it doesn't wash, because if you try too much statistics, basically people just say you're bluffing, it won't happen. I'm not saying that. I speak as somebody who's married to a lady who's half Scots and whose 2 sons are quarter Scots and who's visited Scotland many times, and all I'm saying to them is this: stay with us, together we're stronger. And my final comment, Mr. Chairman, is this: Mrs. Austin, you are totally wrong. It is absolutely vital that the view of the other nations that make up the United Kingdom is heard. And I only hope, and speaking as a Lib Dem who, like the Tories, is a bit of a dying species in Scotland, I only hope that the Labour Party will actually come off the fence and support this, because this is so important to our nation's future, that we have a united appeal to the Scots. Please think carefully. We want you to stay. We know the economic case for staying. We want you in because we are far stronger together, and we have a common heritage which we all want to see preserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think at the end of the day, everybody in this chamber accepts that the Scottish people will make their decision. But they'll make their decision based on what they perceive they have had over the past generation. Why is there such a big disparity, for instance, between the southeast of this United Kingdom and the northeast and northwest? Why was it that the oil fields brought prosperity not to everybody, but only to some? Why is it that we can prop up the banks when they run out of money, but we had to shut the shipyards, the coal fields, and many other industries that existed in Scotland? At the end of the day, if we're a United Kingdom, then we support one another. But we don't. We know when you look at the money in the southeast of this nation, they are far, far better off than the vast majority of the populations in other parts of this country. So I'm content. I would argue always that we would remain united, but the decision will be in other people's hands. I'd finalise by saying, yes, maybe Lincolnshire ought to have a debate on this subject matter. We've got history behind to show our involvement. I think it was from this location that the 9th Legion marched up north to put a certain construction project underway to keep the kingdoms divided.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do find this quite difficult because I do recognise that Scotland will be making their own mind up, and I do remember I have ringing in my ears some of the conversations in Edinburgh not very long ago of people's opinion of our Prime Minister telling us to ring our relatives and tell them how to vote. And I'm afraid it didn't go down well. And so I feel very conscious that whilst we might be supportive, it is actually quite difficult to go ahead and actually tell somebody else how they should vote regarding their own country, albeit part of the United Kingdom. As regards the passport, having Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I guess there wouldn't be too much difficulty in saying Great Britain, Scotland and Northern Ireland if that was what was wanted. And I think the key part of this is that there are so many unknowns. There is so much politicking, if you like, going on behind the scenes about negotiations as to who can have the pound and trade barriers and border controls. All of those things are clearly under much discussion, which I'm not party to. So and the other aspect is that we have fought very hard for independence of local government from our central government, and I think perhaps whatever way they go, it does raise the question of what we can do here to make ourselves better able to be directly transparent and responsible to our electorate. Thank you.
To respond to the debate.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I just think it's really important. Nobody's saying that the Scottish people aren't the people that will make the decision. Everybody knows that. That's been decided. However, it's not the Scottish people that will make the decision. It's people that are resident of Scotland. There are a significant number of Scottish people, as they would call themselves, that live in other parts of the country, etc., who haven't got the vote. Now, what I would never do is seek to tell somebody how to vote. I don't do that when I'm walking the streets talking to people about local elections, so I certainly wouldn't do that nationally. It does not mean that we should not have a view and that we should not express that view and say, do you know what, you're going to make this vote yourself, you're going to make this decision yourself. However, we would rather see you with us. That's what it's about. It's not saying you should do this, you should do that. It's about saying, do you know, it would be quite nice if you're going to make this decision that you are aware of how other people feel. And other people, I feel, from the people I speak to, want the United Kingdom to exist, to remain. And that is all I'm saying. I'm certainly not trying to tell somebody else how to vote, but I think it's really important that they understand that this matters for everyone.
It's to do with the fact that this motion will presumably go through and that the leader will write to the leaders of all the main political parties. There's a whole question about not in our name. And that's because the Labour group were voting against it. Could you make it clear, Martin, that it is not the entire... No, let's be clear about it. I don't want to be associated with this motion. And I think it might be reasonable to make it clear that the Council passed the resolution, but not all the political parties supported it.
Vote, all those... Yep.
A resolution is a resolution. End of story.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried. Yep. Thank you very much for, it's been a long meeting, but just to remind you that your post is in your pigeonholes, please collect it. And then there is the planting of the rose bush in the quad. Yeah.
They'll get back safely back.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. There's a few awkward bits in it.
It's been a complicated day.
Yeah.
Nothing's been straightforward.
Yeah. 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 It was at time. Yeah. 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 No, it was just this section, just for a short while. Yeah.
Well done.
Well, I don't
We'll see you
know.
outside.
Yeah, yeah.